Evening, everybody. I think I should be actually ready to go this time. I am starting. Well, I was originally testing the edges of my start times and then resetting. I've probably gone past it, but either way, I definitely had a little trouble. Definitely had a little trouble getting started simply because I didn't exactly fall asleep, but it sure felt like it. So I think I was still conscious, but man, it was really hard to get out of bed. And I'm actually a little behind on stuff, so I'll probably want to wrap things up, kind of closer to being on time tonight. But that is also still a few hours away, so we're going to enjoy the game as far as we can tonight. Stellaris is loading. It should be there in a minute. You can hear the music at the very least. There it is. But we've actually made quite a bit more progress with our devouring swarm than I thought we would. I also need to release the last VOD on YouTube, so my apologies for those of you that were waiting for the previous one to come in. We are enjoying the LEM update now, which is sort of like a maintenance update. There were a couple of tweaks that happened that have somewhat inconvenienced us. But by and large, we were actually able to preserve the save for over the two different versions. But let's jump straight in. Sorry, I've got a little bit of a. I may also wind up sneezing, because why not? That's what the people want on stream, right? But we are playing our fear species. So this is the idea that the essentially every bad thought you've ever had sort of has wound up going somewhere, and it's now woken up, and it's hungry. So you kind of have this idea that in space, maybe the first ships to encounter it and go missing, the families of those, of the explorers are feeling very, very nervous, very sad about it, and that winds up feeding it, and there's sort of this chain reaction that happens as people realize what this thing is as it's waking up, and it sort of goes. And it was something I haven't actually. So I'm pretty sure I've done a devouring swarm before. I just genuinely don't remember when. So it's definitely one of the first sort of hive minds that I've done since I think Synthetic Dawn, really. And then just on top of that, it's a chance for me to really, I don't know, like get some revenge on the AI. It seems that this has been a pretty good playthrough so far. So both of these entities declared war on us, and they were actually stronger at the time. But for one reason or another, it seems that we were able to get the upper hand. So we're long past the time when we were sort of in an enforced peace with them. They still haven't improved their fleet power. In fact, it looks like they really only have one system to their name. So essentially what will be happening for us is we will... excuse me. I think what I might do is just reduce this down to 2 fleets, which I'm going to use to take take out the species. And I think what we'll do is we'll take Soyan, because this is where the... We can build this properly. So transport fleet goes here. I suppose the first question would be, what's the closest thing to... Sorry, just working out the numbers here. So yeah, that... excuse me. The bases are still going to be a problem to deal with. Okay. So I'm trying to remember what the... Was it 7 and 16? That seems like a really weird breakdown. but it also kind of seems right. So if we add the cruiser, command limit is not enough to add a ship size 4? Oh, of course. Yeah, so this is still a weird, this is still a very weird way of building up the fleets. I think I'll accept that for now, but let's say 7 and 16 is a full group. Honestly, 8 and 12 probably works even better for me. Okay. So why is the White Crush so much stronger? Okay, White Crush Typhoon, we'll say, is ready to go. And I actually changed my mind. I think I'm going to add the Black Tide to this. Okay. So White Crush Typhoon and the Black Tide are on their way to the next war. Let's take the Deluge. We're actually going to get that one on an upgrade. The Tidal Wave, I think we are going to refit in the capital. Yeah, there's definitely going to be some messing around in terms of the numbers. No room. Okay, so the fleets are all kind of moving. There's going to be a wait. So one of the reasons why... Hey, cool fact. How you doing? And Delves. Sorry, guys. I was... just trying to figure out where I was. The game's going shockingly well. So I think, as we mentioned, both of these wars, the enemy was stronger than us. And for one reason or another, we were able to push them back. And so we've gone from being sort of this, you know, everyone hates us and we don't have any natural allies situation, to being like #1 by far. So I do have a few problems as far as energy credits are concerned, and that will eventually solve itself as some of these, as some of these systems basically start getting pops, kind of loading it up. Right now, we're just eating everything, but it's creating absolute havoc as far as the deviancy is concerned. In that case, we just got to work on it. So. I thought you would be late today. Late turns out to be a subjective term, yeah. So my usual start time is anywhere between 7 to 8. And I had intended to start closer to the 7 mark, but unfortunately, I just really... So I had some stuff I needed to catch up on, first of all. And then I felt kind of tired, so I don't know if any of you do this, but like it's just like, oh, I'll just rest my eyes, right? And it's never just that. It's, I wound up, like, fully conking out. Well, not exactly. Like, I don't think I ever lost consciousness, but definitely I felt I felt like I couldn't get out from under the sheets. And then, I kind of took a look at the time, and it was like, okay, it's really getting close to 7 here. So I gotta, getting close to 8. So I really gotta get this thing underway. But I have wanted to try and be a little more consistent with the start times. But to me, like, consistency at this point is as long as I'm making that 7 to 8 window, until I, until there'd have to be a pretty big change for me to be able to, like, not have a one, what's the best way for me to put it? Like a 1 hour window. Just, it really helps me out in terms of just being able to manage, like, emergency work stuff that comes up. But I appreciate it does sometimes make it hard to be a fan of the stream, so I try to start it as close to 7 as I can. Yeah, exactly. Okay. So we're in a nice situation now where it used to be that we were sort of running into amenities problems and all of that. Now we actually have just too many jobs available, so I need to start loosening up some jobs when the time comes. Actually, oddly enough... Why is this yellow? I'm going to say this gets officially designated as an agri-world. Oh, it's already listed as an agri. Well, let's make it official. Well, it's already a generator world, and I am inclined towards keeping that designation. So this world... So I'm reluctant to use energy credits, but given the fact that we're sort of at the limits of our expansion here, let's try and get rid of one. Both of them are equally expensive, same amount of time, same number of districts opens up, so... I guess we really don't have a clear idea of what we want to do with this thing, so maybe we'll just double down and keep the mining designation. So 2 for the mining, 2 for the hive. Call it a day there. Now, I'm wondering... This is fairly rich overall. It looks like we decided not to go down the agriculture district route, which is fine with me. I do need to wonder whether or not it's... Like, if I get rid of the agriculture district here, we're going to have unemployment for menial drones. So I think I'm going to keep... things the way that they are, but we are running low on available jobs, so let's build another industrial district. Arakim. Wow, that's a lot of unemployment. Oh, that's right. This is one of the worlds that we conquered. So there's negative amenities, but that's just because nobody lives here yet. And Geneth, generator world. That was not an intentional aiming on my part. Again, lots of jobs available. We're starting to grow some drones, but this will take some time. Iblas looks like it's our first sort of non-capital tech world. I'm happy with this, although again, I think we're short on jobs. So I'll leave it be. Right now I'm just kind of doing an audit to make sure that that I don't have any worlds that are about to have major unemployment problems. And now I get to try and find my new core. So it's sectors within 4. So 2, 3. Maybe Tazri will work? Yeah, that killed our frontier sector. So it makes me wonder what I can do about the Iblis system. So the challenge here is that Uretha, if we, like, honestly, even if it could be something like Aramis, I think. Let's just take a look at that one. No, because then Diam would be the odd one out. Yes, the big problem is that 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait a minute. So why is S-Mike Coast Light? Oh, yep. Nope. That works. I guess adding Soyan will help add Taurus to the systems. This is just unlucky, basically. Fair enough. But yeah, overall, I'm okay with where the worlds are. The things that I don't like are the high deviancy. Those will pass. And let's get another. Actually, righteous may be a good idea here. It's not going to completely solve the problem, but I figure it should at least slap down a little bit of the unrest. Okay, so we've got the ships on their way. We do need to kind of get ourselves back in control as far as the energy credits are concerned, but the way I'm going to solve that is by not spending too much extra. And I think a lot of our Empire Sprawl is actually going to sort of solve itself because we've got synaptic nodes on all our planets. It's really just a question of getting the people to work them. My one regret, though, is that we don't have... so when it comes to the construction ships, we don't really have a whole lot... we don't have a whole lot for them to do. Why are they allowed to... Okay, learning campaign. I think that's just a food cost. Yeah, so we got plenty. We can probably get away with a war drone. I don't really need it, but I've got the surplus at the moment, so I'll take advantage of it. I would like, if I can, I'd like to get back up to my naval capacity, but that doesn't strike me as the most financially sound decision right now. So I think I'm just going to hold off on that. What I am going to do, though, is I am going to build a... I'm going to build a science ship. And then on top of that, I question the need for a third... I do kind of question the need for a third shipyard. So I think we might decommission Volanus as a shipyard and also get rid of its missile batteries and such, and instead turn it into one of these intermediates. I mean, the other thing is that I don't believe there is a planet associated with it, so we could actually just fully decommission this star fortress, because it's not currently giving me anything other than some of the defense.
Conceived.
So this will help me with my starbase capacity and the costs associated with it. All right, Colonial Bureaucracy. Local administrative developments allow for closer supervision of colonial affairs without excessively burdening the central decision-making. So, let's pick... Well, I mean, I can boost my administrative capacity even higher, but I don't think we need that. Clustered synapses and gene tailoring are both very tempting. Gene tailoring is a little more on brand. It'd be 17 months versus 11. So honestly, for half a year, yeah, we'll do gene tailoring. And we continue down the supremacy path. So with that administrative cap, that you can draw a straight line with the with gaining that technology and seeing this happen, because we don't have the penalty to our required unity anymore. So there's really only one choice we have: organic architecture. We construct the frames of our ships like the skeleton of a living being, then attach whatever components we need as though they were organs, flesh, and skin. So build speed, ship build cost reduced, build speed increased. Which is good, because that'll actually mean the Volanus station is probably decommissioned a bit faster. Unless our cap inexplicably increases. Well, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Typhoon's on its way, Black Tide's on its way. Okay, so we didn't lose too much with the White Crush just hanging in the Uram system. It'd be kind of nice to upgrade them, but again, I just kind of look at what we're up against, and it's not, it's really not the end of the world if we're sending some older ships against a weak enemy. Encounter in Hell's Maw. We have made first contact with mysterious aliens in the Hell's Maw system. We should find out more about them so that we may decide whether they would be suitable nutrition for our drones. For now, they've been given the designation CAF aliens. Okay, so we've got a free envoy. Let's get in touch. Right, this is, well, it says curators, so... They'll probably decode our transmissions before we do theirs. And then this one's going to be a little bit more focused on exploration, I think. But let's... Okay, well, I suppose... Which of these don't I have? It looks like the propulsion. Not that I always check. So we'll start by researching, and then we will do the closest excavation. Okay, where are we at? Deluge has been upgraded, but not fully, so let's redo that. I'm going to have to start distributing cruisers before too long. Okay, so they're currently sitting on 14 available. I guess the first cruiser we'll send to the S-Mike system. Actually, ideally, if I can, one cruiser for each. So this is a tough one for me, right? I've now got a fully equipped fleet ready to go, and it's not going to be part of the invasion. Now, excuse me. I do think there is some wisdom in keeping one fleet in this area. Where are we? Yeah, so we're paying less for this already. Let's put up the solar panel. So this will kind of be for protection. Oh, it looks like we've already got a destroyer coming in with this thing. So they're going to be up to 28. I said I wasn't going to add more ships, and now I'm totally lying. So I guess that would be 32. Okay, well, we don't have any more to build, so we'll leave it at that. Yeah, I don't know. There's something about leaving this completely abandoned that doesn't sit right with me. So I'm going to I am going to have at least one fleet hanging out in the area, because what's likely going to happen is they're probably going to declare war as soon as they can, and we're not going to be anywhere near where we need to be. Okay, carrier operations. These manned strike craft are launched from a mothership and rely on their speed and small size to survive long enough to punch through enemy defenses. So gas extraction wells is very tempting right now. It's cheap and it's access to a strategic resource. How you doing? It's huge. At this point, we're really just waiting on the ships arriving, and we'll start our next war. At some point, I also want to start clearing out some of the easier, like the mining core, the extraction operations and such. But I'm going to do that with... So I'm not going to do that with these ships. What I am going to do it with is whatever surplus is left over from our... This is a big one. We're going to basically do it with any surplus, so it's going to be the group that's currently refitting in the Uretha system. Alright, the wormhole in Dearth has been explored. It connects to the Rastaban system. Alright, so that goes to unknown territory, and it looks like... So it looks like the CAF aliens are basically... They're eventually going to be hostile, is probably the best way for me to put it. So with that in mind, I probably can't upgrade this Starhold. We're going to need to turn this a little more offensive. Okay. I do want to explore as many of the wormholes as I can. That's actually a higher priority for me than the archaeology. Although it looks like there's just kind of one of each, so... So the worry that I have here is that if this empire is strong enough, they will declare war on me. So they got a 1,000 strength fleet. They can declare war on me, and essentially I now have to defend the Dearth system. And we still don't have our energy credits in order, but those I think are. I am reasonably sure that will be settled sooner rather than later. I don't think we're going to even get less than 10,000 before this is back in the black. Building ships when you said you weren't going to? That's the politician's life. Yeah. Spacefaring civilization discovered. It has quickly become apparent that the so-called CAF aliens are in fact part of a major spacefaring civilization. Our probes into the Rastaban system have detected starships flitting between a number of space stations across the system. And there is a larger military station near the system's star that seems to act much like the outpost we build in the systems that we claim. We've been able to intercept considerable volumes of communication traffic, but so far accurate translations have proven elusive. Let's nab some of them for a closer investigation. Again, we're evil, so we're obligated to pick the worst of the options.
Our construction is complete.
I should probably ditch fortify the border in favor of something else. Nutritional plenitude. Oh. Okay, what's the cost for my starbase upkeep goes up? I'm gonna come to regret this, but yeah. So we push past the cap again. Sadly, I'm mostly worried about what this is gonna do to the pocketbook. But in the long run, this works best for me. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, okay. We're definitely not hitting the target. The reason why this works for me is the faster growth rate is going to fill in the jobs in those systems that I...
Our construction is complete.
That was unexpected. I don't think I can afford a full 10,000 sale, but we will sell off another 5,000. And I am going to upgrade the Starhold. So we already know that actually, I gotta wonder what happens if I just go past the Edict Capacity. I'm gonna try this on... I want to see if I can figure this out on the Stellaris site. All empires have an edict capacity which determines how many continuous edicts can be active at the same time without penalties. Each empire starts with an edict capacity of 1, and every edict above the edict capacity increases the empire sprawl by 25%. Edict capacity can be increased by the following. Well, we don't have Imperial Authority, Imperial Cult, Inward Perfection, or Executive Vigor. Although Executive Vigor is actually kind of tempting. So I think the answer here will be maybe wait until our Empire Sprawl is back under control, and then we just add more, like we just blow past the edict requirement and just build the administrative capacity to handle it. But I'm not even remotely close to that. Again, this is just money, so I can get by for a while now. We'll just convert our food into energy as any right-thinking organism would.
Our special project is complete.
Harassian artifact recovered. Or Harassian. Artifact recovered. Drones of the hateful sailing seabird have succeeded in retrieving a precursor artifact belonging to the ancient Irasian civilization from Enist 3. The mind has increased its collected knowledge of their history. Okay. They should be on their way to the next task. Yep.
Our swarms strengthened.
Aliens captured. A detachment of covert operations drones led by Yeg Yal managed to seize a small CAF aliens logistics vessel in the Owidprida system. Among the ship's crew, which were largely taken alive, much of the vessel's hardware and computer systems were also spared major damage. Though the operation went without a hitch and our operatives were able to escape without pursuit, it is probably too much to hope that the CAF aliens remain ignorant of our actions, so they shall give up their secrets, let the vivisection commence, or let's see how they taste. Finders Keepers, a particularly observant operative in the Favarian Coalition, has laid their tentacles on part of a Favarian encryption key. It would seem a careless Favarian administrator mislaid the device whilst commuting. This bodes well enough for our operations in the Favarian Coalition, but our study of the device's unique design has revealed novel insights for our general approach to code breaking. So again, the deluge just kind of got to stay put for now. We don't need to worry entirely about a war starting over here, but I'm hopefully going to build the dearth system so that it takes care of itself. The extra food was a nice little boon. So 24 months before we become the crisis. Oh, is this done? No, it's not. So this should be our third cruiser. Next one I think we'll send off to the Uretha system. And again, we want to decommission Volanus just so we can get our starbase capacity into compliance. I don't want to I don't want to dismantle everything. Essentially, if there is a
Technology conceived.
if there's a defensive reason for keeping a base, I'd like to keep it, but it's kind of a case-by-case thing right now. Okay, making gene editing tools widely available is sure to have a positive impact on our development as a species. And we have either an auto-curating vault, which would be good for Unity, although we don't have the crystals. Out of curiosity, it's really just motes that we have. Habitability Modification is actually very tempting. It's just also very expensive. So it's either embodied dynamism, which will help me with my costs and let me have... I don't need the extra envoy, so let's do habitability modification. That'll help my productivity. Okay. Let's see what we can do with 1 point. So we can boost our research along a certain line. We can reduce our housing usage, which I'm not entirely sure is the most important thing for me to do right now. Strong is always nice for the extra resource extraction. I'm not entirely sure I want to... I don't know. I feel like we can do better. So leave that aside for now, and I wasn't expecting us to have a surplus of minerals. Again, this kind of represents a major inefficiency in my species. I'm actually kind of tempted to just build... I should probably build more. So let's get some of these replacements that I wanted done. Alien materials studied. We've concluded our study of the vessel we recently captured from the CAF aliens. The absence of a living crew made our investigation challenging. Fortunately, they left behind enough material for our language drones to gradually decipher their language and identify them as the Raltec Union, allowing us to communicate with them should we so please. Furthermore, as we are able to study their ship's technology, which has helped our research drones uncover some novel new approaches to our own research problems. Excellent.
Others reach out to make contact with our mind.
Archon Seri Bethan sends regards from the ruling council of the Raltec Union. We hope for a productive relationship with your impressive nation, and our military has been instructed to treat all members of your species with respect. So we can be distant, or we sense prey. Oh, hang on. We prepare for hostilities with the Raltec Union, giving us a 33... Oh yeah, no, I'm okay with that. I am, however, going to relocate this fleet. I don't think we have too much to fear from these. It'll... But, I mean, let's be sensible. And tell you what, I'm gonna do... Oh yeah, no, wait. I believe that's on this site, which we had been working on already. So the floor is lava. An expedition was sent down to the volcanic tunnel network. Navigating the magma-scoured basalt maze will be delicate business, as the frequent ebb and flow of lava periodically maroons the expedition deep within. When, or if, the end of the labyrinth is reached, there is also a long road back that needs to be traversed. Once inside, there is no way of communicating with the expedition. We can only wait. Okay. Yeah, so I'm going to guess these were the number 2. So it's possible there's only 4 species in the galaxy. So 1138. All right. Yeah, so this fleet is enough to hold them at bay, but let's not test that. And let's allocate a spy immediately. So I'm not necessarily eager for war with this faction yet. But that doesn't mean that I can't build my spy network. You're on thin ice, Sphere. The Raltec Union will not shy away from a fight. Now, if Raprix winds up being something that goes into their systems, I'm in some trouble. I will recruit a new admiral here. I think I am going to do aggression. So I could build some ships for them, but honestly, at this point with 2.1, let's just start clearing out the mining drones. We'll probably have some losses, but this is kind of a surplus fleet anyway. I'm not too worried about the growing deficit. This is just because I'm moving around some fleets. Okay, the wormhole in Raprix has been explored. It connects to the Whiter system. All right, that works really well for me. So that's in Favarian space, so they can't go to war with me quite yet. It does seem to be in the edge of the Raltec Union, though.
Technology conceived.
Alright, we've got an ion disruptor. These upgraded disruptors fire bolts of more destructive ion particles at targets. I'm not quite ready to deploy that on any ships yet, though. Right now we need to keep everyone in defensive positions. It is tempting to try and go for the gateway travel. So basically we're looking at 14k. How much is my research? I'm going to hold off. One, it'd be nice to get my encryption up to stop people from being able to find out what's going on my end. And then number two, if I start exploring gateways, that probably means that I should be prepared for a fight. And look, we're back within our Empire sprawl. Oh, Velonis is done. So I think in this case, I'm gonna send these off to Dearth. So you can decommission Velonis for... So not only are we going to be saving on deconstructing all these modules, oh cool. Yeah. So I don't know what that'll do to the... I don't know what that'll do to my energy credits overall, but it's bringing me closer to compliance. I'm actually going to do a quick audit here of my shipyard, so that's on a world. I'm trying to remember, I'm pretty sure there's an indicator when it's a starbase that's protecting something that's not a... Is it the absence of the... Right, yeah. So, I'm reluctant to do it, but let's try and get brave. So I think it's the presence of, like, if you have your species banner beside it, that means you've got a... That means you've got a planet, or like a habitable planet there as well. Which is still 3 over the limit, but it's not as, not quite as catastrophic as before. Yeah, look at that. We're down to 29 in terms of our deficit. Our Empire Sprawl went up a little bit again, but... Again, I rather think Empire Sprawl is going to solve itself, for the most part.
Our situation log is updated.
Precursor discovery. Patrol drones performing a routine surface sweep on Levisco 4 have alerted the mine to an irregularity within our controlled space. Signs of possible activity consistent with a precursor civilization have been sighted. What gives?
Technology conceived.
Pockets of exotic gas are rare and often inaccessible by conventional means. Such deposits can only be reached by using special extractor technology. Star Fortress looks really tempting, but I think I'm going to take the mineral cutting beams because it's a cheap improvement to my basic extraction. Okay. Sure, we'll make that an agricultural. Hello. If you don't lose anyone, you get a cookie. It's not going really well for us, is it? So I already lost a Corvette. And a destroyer. So I think this winds up being something like 2 destroyers and 4 corvettes. Or, yeah, 2 destroyers and 4 corvettes to clear that out.
Conceived.
Okay. Oh, just in time. Oh, my bad. 2 destroyers, 2 corvettes. So... quantum firewalls. Advances in computing technology have given us new ways to protect our data from prying eyes. So I'm most tempted to do the subspace sensors here so I can get some extra reach. The research alternatives is very tempting, as is the planetary power grid. The biggest problem with planetary power grid is that I don't have any exhausted. I don't have any exotic gases. Is this what it feels like? Yeah, we're actually finally seeing generally good things. Obviously, that was a particularly tricky fight, but. The research alternatives is tempting for the option, but I do think I want to improve my intelligence gathering capabilities. So, we'll leave it there. I think at this point we limp back to Aretha. That'll give something for my... Oh, actually, that's something for my construction ships to do finally, too. Any other rock? Equipment malfunction. The archaeological expedition on Yamal 1 has reported delays caused by an unlikely series of equipment malfunctions. Work has been momentarily delayed until replacements can be acquired.
Our construction is complete.
-3 clues. I had no idea that could happen. Okay. So this we were just kind of beefing up for to repulse any invaders. And let's do... I think we'll do the disruption field generator. Anything we can do to give ourselves an advantage against potential invaders. So I suppose the question is now, what am I waiting for? All right, we still have our fleets. Hey, supremacy finishes just in time. So, 3-dimensional awareness. Aquatic creatures have superior spatial awareness due to the three-dimensional nature of their natural habitats. Our swarms moved like schools of fish once we spliced that portion of the cortex into our battle mind. Our command limits go up by 20. Our admiral level cap is increased by 2. And we can become the Crisis. So again, our options, Executive Vigor is actually kind of tempting now just because we can crank out a whole bunch of other improvements. Yeah, there's a whole lot. But I did say that the next perk we were going to get was Become the Crisis. This was one of the things that was added in Nemesis. Actually, this is, I know it's almost an hour. I should have said that I was given a copy of this for promotional purposes from Paradox. This has been true for the other Stellaris DLC as well, with the exception of Plantoids and Humanoids, which I bought on my own. But I'm sorry, I was a little I was trying to deal with other issues, so I know I made that mistake before. But for those of you who see playing a game as an endorsement of it, please remember I was given a copy to promote it. I'm happy to do so because I really like this game, but probably good for me to say that, and I want to get in the habit of saying that earlier, but I can't undo time. So Become the Crisis. All great works require sacrifice. The rest of the galaxy may not understand, but they will comply.
Our construction is complete.
The universe shall tremble. We have ever outgrown our limits. A body begets a world... Sorry, a body begets a world, begets a system. Our growth must never stop and never falter, not in the face of adversity or doubt. We will grow to become more. It is our destiny. +1 crisis level potential issues a special project, something beyond reality. We can now use existential expulsion casus belli against the Favarian Coalition, the Armathi Trading Coalition, and the Raltec Union. Yes, because casus belli was always such a hard one to sort out for us. Okay, let's look at these special projects because I'm actually falling behind. So, I mean, obviously, I want to see what all the new toys are like. I'm trying to think which of the science strips is going to be available first. Drone study won't take all that long. Okay, actually, let's do the drone study now. Become the crisis. We balance of the chasm of a bloody future as the gravity of destiny claws at us. As we gaze into the abyss, we see only ourselves staring back. Something beyond reality. We have sensed alien impulses within our drone networks, an undisciplined desire to grow, to become greater still, one mind encompassing the entire galaxy. It is not of us, but its promise is too tempting to ignore. We shall give our undivided attention to finding the origin of these intrusive impulses. Sure, I'll take a year to research that. Alright, I should probably unlock some more maintenance jobs. Please tell me Aretha is... Yeah. I thought we cleared out the... Oh, I needed to get rid of the quicksand basin, otherwise it wouldn't have mattered. Oh well. We're actually profiting now, so I should start spending my money again. So I want to see what happens if I replace this with a... So I think if I replace this with an industrial district, there's going to be hell to pay. Let's give it a shot. So this says Nest Planet. Well, I guess it's because I haven't given this anything better to do. Also doesn't have anything better to do. Alright, well, that we knew the influence was gonna rear its head at some point. Let's unlock another slot so that we can get the... Oh, interesting. Are we still consuming? I think we've probably tapped out our resources. Oh no, we still have some undesirables left, so... So again, I'm just trying to make sure that I don't have any blockers or special resources that are going unused. And then before too long, we should get some operations underway. Okay, I think this is again just dealing with my minerals surplus. The surplus basically doesn't exist anymore, so I'm happy with that. Let's actually, you know what? I'm okay just letting things ride for now. We can get up to level 50, but what about our rivals, quote unquote. Okay, so we're at a limit of 65 here. Now we are going to declare war on them pretty much instantaneously. I think I will... I think I am still going to acquire another asset. And then while we're at that, we will also conduct another operation on the Favarians. I like acquiring assets just basically because it increases your overall level. And actually, while we're doing that, now would not be a bad time for me to... So if I want to acquire an asset, that's going to cost 30... Yeah, you know what? We'll wait. We'll wait for it. Basically, if I can increase the cap of my... sorry. If I get more for the reach, that'll generally make me happy. Okay. Just trying to allocate the right resources. And I think it's party time. Yeah, I guess we can wait for the... We'll wait for the late arrival. But we do need to get the war underway before too long. So we're probably going to have a small deficit as far as food is concerned. That will eventually that'll kind of deal with itself. Well, one, as we occupy worlds. But second, it's also gonna be dealt with as the... So I just want to make sure that there isn't an overwhelming force showing up in Dearth without me knowing about it. Let's go...
Our special project is complete.
Clear these ones out next. Again, I don't want to pull too many things away from the war effort, but... The great prospect, we have traced these stray thoughts following the dream of other less united minds and our purpose-bred drones. The impulses come from beyond the material realm, from a place powered by thought and emotion. This space has been identified as the Shroud, and we are certain that, just as it influences us, we can in turn influence it. Alright, so I'm curious about this crisis progression. I'm not 100% sure how it all works. Oh, here we go. Okay. So we are currently a menace. So menace objectives allows the accumulation of menace by completing menace objectives. Undertaker Purge is unlocked as a policy option, and the Purge speed is plus 500%, and Intimidation, Subjugation, Acceptance plus 25. Oh man, you become really terrifying. Okay, so objectives. Destroy empires, destroy enemy ships, destroy starbases, purge or assimilate pops, destroy worlds, conquer worlds, vassalize empires, retain vassals, perform disruptive operations, and be in breach of galactic community law. It's like, you go from like, I am the destroyer of empires, to I put graffiti on the, the chamber. I believe the Galactic Council hasn't even announced yet, so hasn't been formed yet. Those in the galactic community who would chart the long arc of history into the future have long theorized of a coming crisis, an existential threat to all sapient life which would require unprecedented unity of purpose and sacrifice to overcome, if it can indeed be overcome at all. Popular predictions as to the nature of this crisis were as fanciful as the invasion of an extragalactic glutton, or the galaxy's machine intelligences rising up in petty rebellion, or a war of succession spilling over from another plane of existence, but it is now clear that it was always going to be you. Pursuing menace objectives as the crisis generates menace, unlocking the destructive potential of your empire in your quest to complete the aetherophasic engine megastructure and remake the galaxy in your own image. Yeah, we need to get to crisis level 5 at 10,000 menace for that. I don't even know if that's possible at these rates. but we'll work on it. We are going to declare war soon anyway, so. Oh yeah, and if we're so I think first thing I'll do is just make sure all my star bases are upgraded. I am at a spot where I probably want to start building more ships. Now this is a little nerve-wracking when I take a look at this food, but again, we've set ourselves up with 2 agri worlds. So the more we can fill in these pops, the faster it's all gonna sort itself out. But and again, I have a feeling that I can probably mess around a little bit with some of our parameters, just in terms of who gets assigned to what. I'd prefer not to, though, because that's where I wind up having to micromanage, Phobos.
Our special project is complete.
Mining drone work ethic. The drones and their tireless, endless work of extracting ever-diminishing resources from their local planetoids make for a somewhat dull but nevertheless informative subject of study. In fact, we could stand to learn a thing or two about maximizing mineral extraction rates while conserving energy. Additionally, we have found that the drones are not completely silent. They emit signal pings, though extremely infrequently and at a wavelength hard to isolate from background noise. Whether there is anyone left to receive these pings may be a mystery, better left for another time. So, easy prey or fascinating automata. In this case, we'll say fascinating automata because we get the mining station mineral output. Okay, and we've held this off long enough. We are going to take out. So, absorption, wipe them out. Oh, interesting. So I'm curious if it says bring them into the fold, or is fought to subjugate other civilizations. Man, I gotta become the crisis more often. So wipe them out. Wars fought to eradicate those who threaten our great plan. We do not have time and certainly have no mercy for those who have the audacity to stand against us, or wars fought to subjugate other civilizations. They will join, comply, and support, or they will be obliterated. There is room to stand with us, but not against us. But in this case, we will consume them, especially because we could use the food.
We will annihilate the others.
Okay. So first things first, we spill into the... Come on. Spill into this system. I don't expect there to be a problem. This is 2.4. It is kind of tempting to bring even more strength to bear, but this is already 5k, so... We'll move on there. Other defensive structure. We are leaving ourselves open on this side, especially with the Taurus system, which doesn't actually have any defenses. But again, we know we're strong, so we're, this is kind of academic more than anything. I wanted to clear all of this out. Oh, this is awesome. The birth of the galactic community. Several spacefaring empires, some of them unknown to us, have banded together to form a galactic community. This supranational institution is to serve as a forum where important matters can be discussed. Although we were not involved in its founding, the other members have extended an invitation to the Fear for formal membership. Should we accept? They will be devoured! Prepare to have your assets liquidated, Ermathi. Wait a minute, are we? Oh, that was what we said to them. We could have said something a little more swarmy.
Crushing a hostile hive.
Again, bonus points if you don't lose anything. Ready to start the invasion right away. Espionage events. Our deep cover operatives have stepped up their surveillance on potential targets. Acknowledged. Oh, let's see if we can chase down the colony ship in time. I don't think we'll get it, but... Cool. And we didn't lose anything. So they're currently sitting on 87 strength in terms of garrisons. Our armies are worth 609, so I don't see any problems conquering. The other thing that's nice here is notice that there aren't... Basically, the rest of this aren't any worlds to conquer. They're just star bases to take out. So other than the fact that they might have a bit of strength that I need to deal with, this is purely a cleanup job at this point. So... Okay, so we'll say day put to get a little healing in.
Our construction is complete.
Deep cover operatives have stepped up their surveillance on potential targets. This is probably going to keep coming up time and again. Okay, dearth is upgraded. That's more or less where I want it to be. I do eventually want it to be a... I would like it to be a... What am I trying to say? I would like it to... I'd like it to be a star fortress at some point, or I guess whatever the next level is. But I don't think I have the resources for it right now, and I've just got other priorities. So I'm trying to think. I don't think it's like these are clearly not something I can handle right now. I'm just trying to decide: does it make sense for me to add them to this conflict, or do I set them at? I probably should be reinforcing at Aretha again. Also, I could have been doing battle simulations a long time ago. Yeah, we'll stick with that. Right, that's the enemy base. And I can't dismantle that until... I don't think we need that anymore. I'm going to make sure that we've got hydroponic stations and energy where we can. Hydroponics Bay doesn't do a ton for me, just based on the numbers that we're looking at, but it doesn't hurt either. Okay, what's the Black Tide up to? Currently sitting around, so let's just clean up the last little bits. You know what? I don't like that plan. Okay, what's the Deluge up to? Deluge is doing exactly what it should. As will these two. There's going to be an 8-day difference between the two of them, but they should be able to... One of these fleets on their own should be able to handle them. And prepare your populace, they will be terrified. That is a great line, Delves. So I'm a little quieter than I normally am here. I'm just kind of trying to figure out what I want to do.
Technology conceived.
I'm debating as to whether or not I want to abandon the Cytine excavation. Yeah, you know what? This thing hasn't made that much progress, so I'm actually going to do these research projects first. And then excavate. Okay, habitability modification. Through granular biological tailoring, we can change the environmental tolerance of a species to suit our need. Now, this is the funny thing. I don't know why, I had originally thought it was like, oh yeah, this will be terraforming, but it's not. It's actually for the species. So this is useless to me because we're going to eat anything that isn't me. But what do you know? Terraforming. I guess we'll do terrestrial sculpting now. So that was silly of me, but I mean, we've already paid for it, right? It's not a whole lot I can do instead. So I wouldn't expect... It does look like we had a little bit of damage, but I wouldn't expect anything too tough for this group to go for. At this point, we're really just gobbling up systems as we can. Also, I completely forgot to actually land the armies. I do not expect this to be a particularly difficult fight.
Planetary infestation begun. Technology conceived.
These powerful short-range lasers... Whoa! That was easy. We are Legion. The fear will not be denied. Our many bodies bristle with renewed vigor as our flesh ripples with potential for the future. Never before have we felt as empowered by our own deeds as in this very moment. New crisis perks have been unlocked. Menacing corvettes. Ooh, this is the way. Star Nation, formerly known as the Ermanthi Trading Coalition, has been destroyed by its enemies. How this will affect the political climate of the galaxy remains to be seen. Okay, so we need to get some more science ships in here. I'll do city district housing +1. This is actually not a terrible outcome for me because what it means, first of all, we're going to go upgrade everything. Not there.
Our construction is complete.
It means we can just start a war sooner. We'll leave it like that for now. A short list of targets have been drawn up. Those operatives who are no longer tasked with surveillance will provide cover for the others. So, we've got level 2 crisis, menacing corvettes. Oh, it doesn't really say anything. Damage versus star bases plus 30% and war exhaustion gain minus 75. Good lord. This thing really gets going. Oh, interesting. Yeah, and we can become a peril. Can't I have a little peril? Wow. So how did we wind up... We destroyed an empire, so that was worth 5,000. Oh, but then I guess it's 750 for conquering the world. Interesting. So conquering a world is bigger than destroying empires. Cool. All right, well... The unseen ripples, our finest brain drones have confirmed a connection between this realm and the Shroud. We must find more ways to interact with this new layer of reality. I think I'm okay with the science ships for now. But obviously we're going to need some... Actually, you know what? I'm going to build one extra one. Holy crap. So that thing costs minerals. This is great music for fighting for this revelation. Menacing Corvette. So numbers-wise, this thing's 0.27, 0.18 up cape versus... Okay, so less expensive overall. At least for the auto design, it looks like my existing Corvettes are a little more punchy. Which is weird, right? You look at this picket ship, you see Sentinel Point Defense Coil Gun UV laser. I guess it's probably the difference in power. Huh. Yeah, I mean, one thing I did want to do was eventually design my own, design my own fleets and such, but right now this has been working for me, so I don't know. It's a tough call to decide whether or not I want to go crazy with the... Well, I guess maybe future Corvettes can be menacing Corvettes. Ugh! Get this out. So this will be... Oh god, there's so much I want to do on this planet. Okay, so let's start with spawning pools. I don't need a foundry right now, so we'll make that a synaptic node. I do eventually want the gas extraction well, but maybe not. You know what? It's worth more than a stronghold to me right now, so we'll build another district, and... Tough call if I want it to be generators or more industry. Right now it counts as a mining world. We've got some time to make those decisions, I think. But yeah, it's going to be two stages for my fleet. So number one, oh yeah, I also need to work out an ideal fleet template. You blame Canada? Yeah, I mean, I'm starting to realize, like, with Become the Crisis, it's not even just a question of, it's not even a question of me being the hive mind. Become the Crisis really just puts you on overdrive. Actually, if you'll give me a second here, I'd like to just go and grab a notepad because I'd like to work out a quick, fleet thing. I'll be back really quickly. Sorry. Okay, so I wanted to, what I wanted to do here is, just try and get a read on what my current fleets look like, what I've got space for. So, Deviant Ringleader terminated on Feveria. One of the more influential drones among the Deviants that had been agitating and causing trouble on Feveria was recently cornered and killed by Loyalist drones. The death of this drone appears to have severely curtailed the activities of the other Deviants, indicating its role as an important ringleader. The will of the hive mind is absolute. That was the recently acquired... No, that wasn't. That's really good, actually. Okay. Yeah, but I mean, if the point for me for learning is to do my own fleets, using auto upgrades becomes a crutch. So, but on the other hand, I'm enjoying this new Nemesis system. So, okay. What am I looking at here? So I've got a fleet capacity of 60. I can go all the way up to cruisers. So in theory, if I wanted an even split, it's 20 each. Of course, actually that divides reasonably well as well. So that would mean 5 cruisers, 10 destroyers, and 20 corvettes. So I suppose the next question is like, why not? How close are we to hitting that ideal? So this has one too many because it's got the frigate, but... Why is there extra space? There we go. Ooh. So I'm not actually gonna use the tools here. This is just so I can keep track for myself. Okay, where are we? So, in the Dearth system... Okay, so I guess the question is this thing able to stand on its own? I think the answer to that is yes right now. So if this thing's got about 3k strength to it... It was about 3k that the AI was sitting on before. No, there's one thing I'd like to try and improve if I can. Maybe in 220 days, we'll see. I think what I'm going to do is I'll start them off with something light. So this thing's due for 8 corvettes. Alright, so one reason I'm doing this in the opposite order, normally I like to do the cruisers first because they take the longest time to build, but what I'm also trying to do here is wait for this upgrade to finish so that I can build, there's like a building that will give you like a boost to your, what am I trying to say, like, God, it's training simulations I think it's called. Battle simulators. So basically, you get more upgraded. Ships that way. Why am I still producing consumer goods? I guess it's because I said to replace rather than demolish. Yeah, so we're going to be making those for a while. The truce.
Our construction is complete.
So I got 4 years before they're going to declare war on us. On the other hand, I don't think they're in a position to declare war on us. So we might want to do a preemptive strike on these guys. My other question is, how quickly do I want to upgrade the rest? Multiphasic force fields. We are losing contact with our operative drones as they enter steadily more secure areas of the Favarian Coalition. There is a chance that we could lose our presence in there altogether. These interruptions are likely caused by sloppy Favarian shielding technology putting out noisy interference. So we shall have to try and adapt. We may succeed or suffer operational setbacks depending somewhat on our relative technology level, or turn their own hardware against them. Expanding our spy network asset will allow progress. Oh, expending. No. Try to adapt. We've lost all contact with our operatives assigned to Operation Acquire Asset in the Favarian Coalition. Whether our target's cunning design or simply an unlucky coincidence for us, the Favarian shielding technology has proven a worthy adversary for us. It is possible the Favarian may gain from this incident, although our operative drones may operate semi-autonomously. Without our presence, they are still far more vulnerable to enemy capture. Alright, so I wonder if that ends the event or not. Yeah, it looks like... Oh, maybe not. So still plenty of room for additional ships. We're also starting to grow a bit for the Empire Sprawl. As the operation nears its conclusion, Spymaster Khalig Starsail has moved to secure our new asset within the Favarian Coalition. Our remaining operatives are poised to facilitate any cover they may need. Asset acquired. Spymaster Khalig Starsail reports from the Favarian Coalition. A successful execution so far. We have secured access to an official within the Favarian civic hierarchy. This asset will be kept secure, but poised and ready to assist us with future operations, particularly when we might brush up against diplomatic or governmental issues. Okay. Any other rock? The Lava Labyrinth expedition has finally returned. Having reached the innermost chamber, the purpose of the magnificent complex was finally revealed. The labyrinth served as a proving ground, not for the body as much as the mind. There's a phrase in the native language scrawled repeatedly in the inner sanctum. Translation reads, the 4,444,444th turn of the tides will be the last. Nothing will withstand its rebirth. Whatever that means. It seems that few of those who survive this deadly pilgrimage chose to return to the surface after reading it, instead giving themselves to the rivers of fire. Glory to the many modifier added, giving the following effects. Monthly unity plus 5%. Okay. That's a full excavation on YAML. They are working the way I want them to. Let's get you researching first. And then we have just a whole bunch of goodies for you to look at. So I'm going to seed this with some priorities that I want them to work on first. I'll leave it there for now, and then we'll do I will do automatic surveying afterwards. I should have checked these out too. If nothing else, it'll keep my construction ships occupied.
I would never want to belong to any...
MJ Stevens, thank you very much for the follow. So I will admit, I do feel a little bit nervous when I see these numbers on food. especially given the fact that we did just recently conquer a world, although it was a relatively small one. I still think we're going to be fine because we are kind of growing into, like, basically we're growing into our all of this spare capacity that we've earned. But if I don't have a solution for it, I'm going to need to really I'm going to have to really mess around with the allocation of the workers. What kind of empire are you doing? So there's in this case, it's the first devouring swarm that I have played since Utopia was released. And it's actually also the first time I've tried to become the Crisis. It's a little redundant if you play a devouring swarm, I've noticed, but it's still very fun. But one of the big things for us here is that I definitely don't pretend to be like a skill-based Stellaris player. One of the big things I like to do is kind of come up with a story for each of the species. So in this case, we are playing the concept of fear itself, that essentially this is every negative feeling that has ever been felt by a species was located on a specific part of the galaxy, and that it grew to a critical mass, at which point it is now, fully manifest and expanding. And of course, this of course lends itself to some of the mechanics that are implied by playing a devouring swarm, which is, just really, really fast growth, just constantly churning up everything for more material. It's been really fun to play. I did lower the difficulty a level because we got clobbered on the last time around. I think this is the normal difficulty or one above the normal difficulty. But I don't know. Sometimes it's fun to just beat up the computer for a little while. But yeah, the short answer to your question is devouring swarm. Although the longer answer is that it's sort of as close as one can get to role playing in Stellaris as a particular kind of swarm. Okay, I think what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to take the White Crush, the Typhoon, Black Tide's not quite ready. I think we'll do upgrades first, and then I'll start spinning out the ships that we need. I like beating up the computer, but it doesn't survive the ground though. So I take it you are a Stellaris fan. Do you have a favorite? There's actually a few different ways you can ask this question, but do you have a favorite type of species to play, or do you have a memorable playthrough? Or do you enjoy watching Stellaris a little bit more?
Our construction is complete.
Okay, well, it's always nice to have a genius. I think we'll start them off with something simple, just surveying these two. And then this I might actually just throw onto an auto-survey. That actually, by the way, that question can go for everyone. Obviously, if somebody new's chatting, it's nice to make an individual connection. But if anybody wants to answer that, please feel free. I'm curious what drives people to Stellaris. I know what drives me to Stellaris, but I like to play humans or humanoid-based empires. Yeah, one thing I actually really liked from the start of Stellaris was how they split humanity from sort of a unified... It was either the unified humanity, like the humans we would know, and then the Commonwealth. I thought that was a really neat choice that they had made. And then obviously I think they've played around with that distinction in the story trailers a little bit. But I'll admit, it's actually been a while since I played a humanoid-style one. I'm guessing you enjoyed the humanoid species back then. And born out of negative space in the universe, I know that place found right behind your couch. Alright, let me catch up with what's happening in the game here. Moon bump. Even with a naked eye, it is easy to see something highly irregular in the shape of Eptraban 2. The smooth curvature of the surface is suddenly interrupted by a gigantic spherical bump. At some point, a moon or large asteroid collided with the planet, but it must have done so in a fairly delicate manner, merely lodging itself in the planet's crust rather than rending it asunder. So I don't believe we can investigate this until we own the system, but I am intrigued. And we got our terraforming. This will be good for product... Or no, it won't be good for productivity because we can't do it on inhabited worlds. There's no simple solution to the problem of macro-scale reshaping of planetary crusts, only bigger trowels and orbitably deployed drills. Okay. I don't really need the naval capacity right now. Building slots would be nice. Or I can finally boost my Tomb World habitability. Do we even have Tomb Worlds in our borders? Oh, we can start terraforming that ocean world, actually. Yeah, so there are some worlds that we can terraform after all. Seems a little wasteful to just go for the Tomb World then. So either... ceramic metal infrastructure is actually helpful to me. Alright, what's this going to cost me? So that's 16, 14... It's not cheap, but we'll wait. Every time we're 10k above, or sorry, every time we're at 15k, I'll terraform another planet. Okay, they're all sitting waiting for something to happen, aren't they? Okay.
Our special project is complete.
The Irson artifact recovered. Drones from the Hateful Bow Chaser have succeeded in retrieving a precursor artifact belonging to the ancient Irasian civilization from Levisco 4. The mind has increased its collected knowledge of their history. We gotta be getting close to the end of this. I'm pretty sure we get to see the homeworld at this point. Okay, I'm just gonna wait for that. There we go. Irasian homeworld located. After intense study of our recovered Irasian artifact, scientists on Phobos have managed to deduce the exact galactic coordinates of Iras, the home system of the ancient Irasian civilization. We should launch an expedition to this system before someone else beats us to it. Contact the nearest science ship. Yeah, nobody's getting in here, but still, better to get it done sooner rather than later. So Levisco's done. Okay, let's change your priorities. So that's the control and shift here. Humans in fiction are always so fake. We remove all the bad traits and put them on other species, so humans end up as some glorified do-gooder. Well, I mean, it depends. There is an interesting movement in science fiction recently, which has actually specifically been to move away from sort of dystopias and just the kind of miserable sci-fi that's been coming out lately. And it's partly a recognition of how much really cool stuff we did when we were, kind of as a direct result of us writing more aspirational science fiction. I think there is, however, you're right to a certain extent that there is an effort to, like, sometimes you can sort of whitewash the traits of humanity, but I also think that that's not necessarily in the spirit of just like making us feel good about ourselves, but rather to put the stronger point that's lying under the surface in terms of the story, to like basically if I okay, think about the last political conversation that you had with someone who you disagreed with. There is a fairly high chance that it either turned negative or that there was a legitimate fear on the part of the participants that it would turn negative. Obviously, everybody is different, and some people are a little more mature about this stuff than others, but it's kind of the situation in which we find ourselves. But it's also obviously possible to have very robust political conversations among people who disagree, in a way that, again, you're not necessarily going to change anybody else's mind, but at least you're going to be able to gain a better understanding of the other view. And generally, one of the best ways of accomplishing that is to make sure that people don't feel like they have to defend themselves. So, if you come in on something really strong or really close to somebody's very deeply held beliefs. So this could be, issues like gun control or abortion or what have you. Like if you come in on someone and they think that you're either going to say that they're a baby killer or that they don't care about women's rights, they're going to be putting their energy towards defending themselves from that accusation rather than a discussion about why they feel the way that they do. Or, likewise, somebody who, maybe they're a hunter, they, enjoy using guns recreationally. There's any number of reasons why people would want these things. Obviously, I have my own beliefs on these things, so I find one side more sympathetic than the other. But the important thing is that if you want to learn more about where they're coming from, generally, if you can make someone feel like they are not, even if it's this is one thing that really bugged me about the few philosophy classes I took. I always felt that the people I was talking to, this is gonna sound kind of self-serving, but it felt like they knew I was clever and that they didn't want to get trapped, and so. I could never get a straight answer out of them because they were just waiting to see where the trap was before they answered something. And sometimes it's just a question of you want to make progress in the conversation. So generally, if you can disarm someone that way, you're going to get to sort of the point. And a lot of very, very good science fiction does that. Dealing with a major social problem at the time, they don't give you Joe Racist, the racist character, who, just walks around saying, isn't it so wonderful I grew up as this kind of person? I clearly am the most dominant. Instead, you have an alien species that comes in and says, isn't it so great that we're the best and we're going to take your planet because we're the best and you don't deserve this place to live? And obviously an audience that doesn't necessarily want to think of themselves as, colonists or whatever, is going to look at that and say, oh man, that really sucks. And then of course, people are smart, they get it. And again, ultimately the point is made more effectively. Sorry, that was a really long digression. But yeah, I do think to a certain extent, and again, science fiction's a really diverse genre, so I think there are plenty of examples where humans are not great. I mean, just think about Aliens, right? Aliens is not exactly what you'd kind of consider to be this highfalutin, intellectuals, science fiction story. But even Ripley just comes straight out and says, I don't know which one is worth. You don't see these things trying to screw each other for a share of the profits. Yeah, I mean, again, to a certain extent, I'm partially agreeing with what you're saying, basically, Index Gnome, because to a certain extent, I think it's not necessarily them. I don't necessarily think those authors are just trying to make us feel good about them ourselves, so much as they are acknowledging some pretty universal cognitive biases that we have. But likewise, there are definitely some fairly grim stories that don't have very good things to say about us. Although I do think that side has probably been overrepresented in science fiction. I'm kind of as cool as cyberpunk is, I'm kind of tapped out on that for a while. Especially with the econ angle, there's only so many times I can hear about how much capitalism sucks. So, anyways, MJ Stevens says, basically the UN is one more likely to happen because it would not be wise to send colony ships with no means of contacting Earth with more than 1 million colonists into a wormhole, not knowing the system they were going to has habitable worlds. Yeah, you like the nuanced human stories. With your UNE game, your empire is xenophile, but the xenos are residents, so in a sense, xenoracism can occur. Yeah, it's I actually had a couple of species like that that I played as well. I've definitely been going for the science fiction stories that we've been talking about here, which is to go for these really big caricatures. But as you say, it's just neat to kind of get this prism in which you can express all of these different kinds of stories. I will ask you though, MD Stevens, did you ever play the Civilization games, either one of the early Firaxis games, Sid Meier's Alpha Centauri, or the more recent science fiction Civilization game, Beyond Earth? Because I think those actually have some interesting takes on the idea of the colony ship and what happens to humanity. It's like a xenodiplomat talking intellectually about human how humans value human rights, but failing to understand that that view is very narrow-minded, especially now that extraterrestrial life has been made organized contact with humanity. Yeah, this is the stuff that I live for. Like, there's a side of me that would actually like to sit down and do some modding just in terms of creating some new story events to have happen inside of Stellaris. Because there's just so many opportunities that you have kind of messing around with this stuff. And that, to me at least, I messed up, didn't I? Stay put. Yeah, I just think there's so many opportunities for interesting stories that it's hard to... Sorry. It's hard to multitask. Okay, those are the corvettes. I want to just fill this thing up first. And I'm out for the cruisers, so we'll leave that be. There's also some silly ones that I do. Like, I did a space cat species, which I really liked. I tried to take as many traits that I thought were appropriate for cats. And so when we... I don't know if you've done the... I think it's the Ether Drake. But you have an option of taking it as a trophy. And... you know, I don't know. If you're playing Space Cats, I don't think you're allowed to pick anything but the trophy. You just put that up on the galactic doorstep and let your owner know you love them. Okay, time for a new... I actually really like this new decision to add new traditions. Obviously, our expansion in Harmony kind of hit us. We were playing this before the new patch came out, so these are probably different from what they are in the current version of the game, but it didn't take us too much. It didn't hit us too hard. So I think where I was going to go is probably something like unyielding discovery and maybe domination. So adaptability, it's like okay, but so there's no way I'm doing diplomacy as a hive mind. That's just a wasted slot. Again, discovery's kind of nice. But I maybe don't need it immediately. Unyielding, though, will help me with my starbase capacity, I think. So that's +2. Yeah, we get the +2 already. Upgrade speed's faster. I think this is the one that also gives us the defensive war. Yeah, I think we are going to do unyielding. So domination's kind of neat, except that it's like... This was the one that was a little more focused on having vassals, which is clearly not appropriate to us. I noticed that that's not so much the case anymore here. It's more clear blockers and governor level caps and such. But I'm not entirely sure... it's better than what I can get from unyielding. So we're kind of preparing for a future where everybody gangs up on us, so... Yeah, I mean, I'd say historically, that's the case. The other possibility too, I mean, I also don't necessarily think that our problems as humanity would necessarily be solved, but I do think they're, you know, just as a matter of scale, our individual problems maybe become a little bit less, they're a little less apparent once you start thinking on the galactic scale. I mean, it's a bit of a grim thought, but I do think, you know, that's another way, kind of another way of looking at it, too. Do I go for another... I'll split the difference. Another industrial district and another hive district. I should really consider adding something like generators or agriculture. So many jobs available. So eventually this is going to get a science ship in orbit.
Our construction is complete. We have surveyed the system.
Yeah, there's like nothing for
Our
me to do
swarm
here.
is strengthened.
Okay, lots of events. Well, I mean, it's a question of scale, right? I mean, so even like when you come to, so first of all, like in terms of the stories that we've told ourselves, right? We've got everything from War of the Worlds and Arrival to you know, E.T. and Close Encounters of the Third Kind. It's not inconceivable to, or like maybe Independence. Well, I mean, Independence Day is kind of like War of the Worlds all over again. So this, okay, Independence. I'm gonna say that like it's hard to argue that Independence Day is a good movie, but man, I actually find it really hard to think of other science fiction stories that I've seen that just so clearly love the genre and are having like just such a good time telling the story. I don't know, it's still interesting. I saw it recently, so that is a surprisingly entertaining movie, despite its age and despite the fact it's purely a summer blockbuster. But yeah, I mean, so I'd say the idea of trust with an alien species is not inconceivable, right? We've been able to tell meaningful stories and ones that ring as true to us as, you know, as individuals, in which there is friendly contact. By the way, I don't mean to suggest that Arrival is necessarily one that isn't about friendly contact, just so much as the idea that, you know, you have a decent model in terms of how things go wrong when they show up on Earth. And to a certain extent, you know, you can consider some of our old behaviors. So generally, I mean, I'm not going to try and argue that we're in a particularly peaceful time right now, but we had either an inclination towards destruction or just a tendency towards destruction that hasn't quite been the same. You know, over a period of time, we seem to have been able to put up, and part of it is just the institutions that we put up, but we've been able to find ways to sort of find a balance and to be able to account for those differences in a way that, you know, allows us to, you know, even something like the Cold War, right, allows these very opposed entities to exist. Now, again, I wouldn't want the model of the Cold War, because, of course, the alternative to that going well is annihilation. So, I mean, that's basically the day the Earth stood still, right? You know, to make sure that we don't kill each other, we have voluntarily decided to be exterminated if we do that. But it's a tough one, right? I think short run, anything goes, and in the long run, I think we've demonstrated a capacity to be able to handle that. Now, whether or not we do a good job is another question. And, you know, the other thing we need to keep in mind is that the most likely scenarios under which that would happen would probably be like, there's only a very select few who can actually go out into space, right? So I have to assume that there is a particular group that would be sort of determining the first encounters. And that there's probably again, I don't have a particular belief in terms of whether or not there is extraterrestrial life, and I think it's very unlikely that within my life, like if there were, I think it'd be very unlikely that I am ever aware of it over the course of my lifetime. But I would have to imagine that something like First Contact would actually be with a very limited group and probably a more technologically advanced group, right? The people who are doing space exploration. So, you know, I have to think that would also probably shape the experience. I don't know if we're talking like full Men in Black territory where, you know, humanity are dumb, stupid, panicky animals, so we need to make sure that they don't know about everything that's going on. But you know, I suspect that probably blunts some of the more negative sides of our I don't know, our inclinations. Maybe I'm just too optimistic. And yeah, my apologies. I've been monologuing, but not necessarily responding to everyone. I have been checking. I have been reading chat. Doesn't the world already have a plan in case we made contact? You thought I read that? I have no idea, Gligger. I mean, I would assume... I mean... To give you the idea of preparations, there was, I think it was War Plan Red in the Department of Defense, which allowed for an invasion of Canada. Like, so for the longest time, the United States had military plans for what an invasion of Canada would look like. And it's kind of funny because I think the assumption is that they would, they wanted to take Canada as quickly as possible, and they had an assumption that Britain would try and move as many land forces as they could to try and protect their colonial holding. Whereas I believe it has always been the policy, maybe not the official stated policy, but I believe it has always been the policy of the United Kingdom, past maybe the 7 Years' War, that or maybe the War of 1812, if it's just not worth it to try and commit those land troops to defend Canada, that essentially Canada's accepted as a lost and that it would be a naval-based engagement. So yeah, I mean, to give you, if there is a, if for the better part of an American history, past the periods of time when the two countries were actually going to war, the fact that even then the United States had a war plan to invade Canada is... that kind of just gives you an idea of the contingencies that you have in mind. I'm kind of curious what the Canadian plan to invade the United States is, for the Handmaid's Tale, situation. But yeah, I honestly don't know if there's a plan for extraterrestrial contact. I'm assuming, somebody somewhere must have put up the contingency, but having talked to civil servants, there is a very wide range of what constitutes a plan in a government office somewhere. Clearly some are more well thought out than others. The ability to alter a planet's weather patterns to suppress destructive weather phenomena, make residential buildings easier to maintain, and open up new areas for habitation. So they do want to make a star fortress. We can afford it. So they need 4 cruisers. I hope they all wind up in the White Crush. If they don't, it's going to be a complete pain to try and sort it all out, but we'll deal with that. Yeah, no, I'm not trying to say as a Canadian, I am fully aware that the United States has tried to invade Canada. I'm more referring to the time after. The time when it's sort of accepted that you draw the line at the 49th parallel. There were still war plans drawn up for that. So it's more just illustrating the idea of how wide the contingency plans go. Found the potential cultural impact of extraterrestrial contact on Wikipedia. Could be a fun... Oh, this will be fun. Okay. Well of power, we have become wiser once again. A single action of ours creates turbulences in the shroud. Even our least impressive drone may impress itself upon the dermis of the shroud, creating strong ripples within the energy-laden dimension. We must unleash more of its power. Beautiful. Okay, I don't think we get to go any further on the crisis. Oh, Jesus, we're already peril. They will kneel. Our determination persists even in the face of outrage and anger. Billions of minds oppose us, but their unity is shallow, lessened by their swelling numbers and reduced by the magnitude of individuals. Every new body of ours is a mind dedicated to some end, our dream an undeniable tomorrow. Our wills collide and the races of the galaxy prove brittle. Okay. I want to be a little careful on how I say this, and it's not because I'm like, oh, but what if, Paradox takes away my keys? It's just that I think it's very common for people to talk about the games industry and to spout off opinions without really knowing what they're talking about, and just generally make everyone dumber. So this is purely me speaking as a player and, respecter, as well as, observer of the company. Obviously, Paradox has been going through a tough time recently. Ebba Lungerund is no longer the CEO. This is following a disappointing quarter one 2021, I believe. The headline number was something like 44% reduction in profits, although I don't think that's obviously people writing articles have got to write something. But I think they also had somewhat strong, the quarter previously was a reasonably strong one, so that makes that number look a bit worse than what it was. And, to a certain extent, I sometimes wonder, obviously different businesses think on different time horizons. But I mean, so I've talked about it from my perspective for a bit, and I've actually also talked with some people who make a living doing content creation, and they have definitely talked about how the company has changed a bit. But the biggest one here is probably the fact that people largely regarded Imperator Rome to be quite a stumble, but also the other project that Johan Anderson was attached to, Europa Universalis 4, has had something of a string of DLC that seem to have increasingly frustrated the audience and ultimately led to an apology. And the reason I'm bringing this up right now is that there were multiple, I think they actually said up to 7 unannounced projects have recently been canceled internally at Paradox. And of course, this also includes a fairly substantial shakeup with the Bloodlines 2 project. I have a suspicion probably what's happened here is that Paradox tried to grow very quickly, and I think it may have come at a bit of a higher cost than they maybe thought. The reason I bring that up is that I'm noticing more of this. So I don't think every new body of ours is actually intentional. And it's a small thing, right? Grammatical errors are going to happen. And obviously for a game as big as this, there's going to be lots of localization. So it may not even necessarily be that this is, this event may not have originally been written in English. But I think this stuff kind of adds up. And I read that bit of Paradox news today about the the number of projects that have sort of been canceled in the background. And, I kind of wonder if this is a little bit of a reflection. I also think, by the way, so again, not to make this purely crapping on Paradox, I think they're also potentially on the way to getting out of that. So there's the Custodian group that has sort of been doing the more, not the expansion-oriented maintenance on the game, but sort of the cleanup. It's very clear that they're doing some sort of soul searching as far as Europa Universalis is concerned. Even Imperator Rome, it seems like people, when they announced that they were moving people off of Imperator to help out some of the other projects, it actually seemed like the reaction from the audience was that they were a bit disappointed and that they were hoping that it did not mean the end of that game. Because it does seem to be that the latest updates have kind of given the game sort of a new lease on life, which I think is good, because I actually enjoyed it when I first played it. I know it wasn't for everyone, but I was pleasantly diverted. But I don't know, this made me think of that, so... Yeah, I mean, there's a little more complexity to that Index Gnome, but yes, just because you have a plan doesn't necessarily mean you follow through on it. I think particularly in the United States case, just because one administration did all of that legwork, it was actually, I know not a lot of people necessarily like, the Bush years, second set of Bush years, but I believe all of that original planning was actually done under them. And so far as I can tell, it wasn't for, it was largely the fact that people didn't seem to follow through on it, rather than it necessarily being a defect of the original plans. So if I've got menacing versions, I might as well make them. Okay, so the White Crush should hopefully be up to full capacity by the end. Go forth and conquer.
Our situation log is updated.
Merge request. As we take... I wonder if this is a GitLab reference. As we take more worlds expanding the hive, we can feel the impulses growing stronger. No longer mere feelings, they have become a guiding sense of greatness yet to come, of our mind ascended. Like I said on the paradox stuff, like, I just don't know, right? I think the only people who really know are people who are working at Paradox. And the fact of the matter is that, okay, we knew the menial drone was a possibility. So I should probably... I think let's start with... So I'm building all these hive districts now so that any surplus can go towards these base resources.
Our swarm is strengthened.
Okay, looks like all the upgrades are done. Still short on the numbers. Where did it go wrong? Oh, just another cruiser. That's easy. So, I mean, I guess the question now is, how willing am I to do an early war? We've got a truce that's expiring in about a year and a half. And if I'm feeling particularly bold, we can actually just come pouring out into the Rastaban system right away. I mean, 5.1k is not nothing. The catch is that once I start that war, I better be ready to finish it. We don't necessarily know what else they're sitting on. I never did get that asset, did I? Okay, well, we know they're inferior. That's the only thing I really needed. So let's acquire an asset. Oh, that's upsetting. I should have built that starbase quite some time ago. So I got to be a little bit careful of my Empire sprawl. I do want to expand this out as much as I can, but not at the expense of Empire sprawl. Encounter in Bernie. We have made first contact with the mysterious aliens in the Bernie system. We should find out more about them so that we may decide whether they would be suitable nutrition for our drones. For now, they have been given the designation Mem aliens. These are crystalline entities, and it just so happens we've got a spare envoy, seeing as we eliminated the last civilization we ran into. Okay, subspace sensors. Sensors that detect the subspace fluctuations in the left in the wake of traveling starships. The sensitivity and range is greater than that of a gravitic sensor array. Quantum physics is tempting. Ooh, the miniature containment fields is also very tempting. Too many good things. How much of my research is coming from stations? 64, 23. Yeah, it's jobs are the main driver here. That's why I keep kicking this one away down the road. Let's go for it anyway, otherwise I'm never going to get it. And a new archaeological site that is not within my borders yet. Uncle Cranky, how you doing? Imagine aliens as Victorian-era colonists enlightening primitive planets in a huge scramble for the Milky Way. Dallas, if you've not read War of the Worlds, I highly recommend that you do so. Greetings, comrade. Have you furthered the revolutionary satisfactorily today? We are. I mean, we are the ultimate communists. For those of you who don't know, Uncle Cranky is a Australian who lives in New Zealand. He does stream. He streams a bit later than I do normally, although he does also kind of start around... He does actually also on some nights start around the same time as me, so I say that somewhat cautiously. But he likes kind of promoting communist propaganda in random streams. It's just one of his quirks, which I hope you'll all be able to learn to live with and love. Or at the very least, I hope you don't hold it against him. But you can check out his channel over there. Yeah, we're doing all right in this. We've wiped out a species. I don't know how much you know about Stellaris, but I am checking out this great new thing that they added in Nemesis called Become the Crisis. So you have a perk that you can get, and it unlocks this new crisis level. So the different actions that you can take, basically you get crisis levels. So we've gone from a menace to a threat to a peril. You keep getting points towards this for destroying empires, destroying enemy ships, destroying star bases, purging or assimilating pops, destroying worlds, conquering worlds, vassalizing empires, retaining vassals, performing disruptive operations, and being in breach of galactic community law. Which, again, I kind of like the idea of going from I will destroy all civilization to I put graffiti on the speaker's chair, tee-hee, tee-hee. Yeah, you get points for being a jerk. Okay, actually, I don't know if I can take credit for this, but I totally am. I described the game Heat Signature, which is a really fun one by Tom Francis, the guy who made Gunpoint. And I described it to a moderately well-known, but I don't know if you would call famous by any traditional means, game developer. I believe I had said to them that Heat Signature was the game where you're a space jerk. And I happen to know, at least at the time, Tom Francis was following this guy, and he played it, and he said, actually, System Shock was right on it. This is, in fact, a game where you are a space jerk. The reason I mention this is that if you go to the description, like, so I think it's like the bundle of Tom Francis's games or something like that. Anyways, if you go in on Steam, it actually has as a tagline beside Heat Signature now, it says "Be a jerk in space," and I'm like, did I indirectly give that tag? Because it's like it's general enough that like you know, and like that's a pretty tenuous grip, right? On the other hand, I hadn't seen it referred to as that, and I did see it afterwards. So whether or not, the idea of being a jerk in space holds a very special place in my heart. Yeah, I'll call you indecisive. For the record, you are a communist agitator only in the sense that you like agitating communists by reminding them it is never, ever, and will never work. What about the kibbutzes in Israel, Uncle Cranky? I really hope I don't start a fight.
Our construction is complete.
Okay, is the tidal wave been the one that's wound up with all of my ships?
Our swarms is strengthened.
I'm a little mad if that's true, but... I guess we can still make this work.
Our swarms is strengthened.
Next time you're going to try eradicating a species with pranks.
Our swarms is strengthened.
Alright, I'm starting to get a little worried about the food situation. Not unlike Comrade Stalin during the Holodomor. Sorry.
Our swarm is strengthened.
What am I going to do about this?
Our swarm is strengthened.
You know what this world needs? More bureaucracy. Oh, hang on. Yeah, no, we're still... We're still stuck.
We have surveyed
This explains a lot. Okay. So we're actually probably fine on the food front. Yeah, and we've got, like, once the drones actually start showing up here, we've got 22 food jobs that can, like, we're just waiting for these things to get filled. It's very, very slow going. And for whatever reason, the maintenance drones seem to be the ones that are getting added right now. But we need assistance to help the Deputy Secretary of the Secretary of State. This is exactly what my Empire Sprawl looked like in the previous run. Living crystals? The irregularity we had designated as mem aliens appears to be made of some sort of crystalline material. Curiously, it seems to be able to propel itself across the void and protect itself when necessary, indicating that it may be alive. Our research drones are working hard to find out more. Confidence surges as the... Confidence wavers. A group of auxiliary operatives in the Raltech Union have begun lagging in their assigned tasks, displaying behavior which could be interpreted as doubt. We would typically handle such matters directly through Spymaster Yeg Yal, but this group acts as though it can perceive the wider machinations of Operation Acquire Asset, and perhaps the spy network as a whole. Given that these auxiliaries are kept isolated from more active agents, we suspect that they are being fed information from an outside source. It is, however, also possible that their proximity to independent agents may simply have endowed these operatives with a kind of insight we may one day find useful. Given these doubts and the threats posed to Operation Acquire Asset by each scenario, Spymaster Yeg Yal requests a directive on how to proceed. Let us see where these insights lead. It's a coin toss, but I tend to like... I'm... as we might say, elation-seeking when it comes to most of the events in Stellaris. Our auxiliary operatives in the Raltech Union have applied themselves with unusual fervor upon learning their once intangible suspicions were founded on a real cause after all. Spymaster Yegyal maintains a strict information quarantine, but reports that her supply lines have never been smoother. Good news.
Our construction is complete.
So, man, it has been a while since we've been able to gobble up systems. And we'll just set this one up on auto. So that's our influence. Not a lot we can do about that. I suppose if our mineral resources get too far out of hand, we can start converting some of those into food as well. But for the time being, I'm just going to be patient. Okay, what's happening in the Ur-Eta system? Is it Eta or Etha? Etha. I know what it sounds like, so I'm trying to be a little more clear in my pronunciation, but... Okay, so I guess the first question is, do any of these fleets have 5 cruisers? They do not. Okay, actually, let's just get this... Let's get this back in order. Okay, so 2 corvettes and a cruiser for starters. So I guess we don't know what the rest of these are going to need. It seems like everybody needs corvettes, though. So let's pop out another 4 of those. Crystalline entities. Our research drones have finished investigating the reports of extraordinary free-floating crystal-like objects observed in the Bernie system. Their findings are startling. Each ship-sized object and their the ship-sized objects and their slightly smaller but equally crystal-like satellites at first appeared inert, but sudden shifts in their orientation relative to our ships and new energy signatures emerging from within the prisms indicate that they should be regarded as hazardous and approached with caution. We can either attempt to engage with the potentially dangerous objects directly or establish remote surveillance and observe them from a safe distance. So, easy prey. We'll get 500 minerals for every entity that we destroy. Or fascinating creatures. Oh, I can't remember what Crystalline Study does. Normally, I like to see what, just kind of have things go by as, or like have things develop as I make decisions. I am a little curious here, though. I didn't spell that right. Crystalline Empire. I don't think I've ever run into that. Does it not say what the... I know there's like a bonus you get for them, but... I just don't remember exactly what the... Energy jobs or crystal infused plate. I'm guessing this is the tech that you get from them? Anyway, easy for you. Our research drones have finished investigating reports of extraordinary free-floating crystal-like objects observed in the... Wait, we've already read this. Research station output up by 10%. Containment force fields are excellent for isolating and holding various substances or specimens so they can be analyzed in detail. I should probably be doing gateway travel at some point. Oh, but I've got an X-ray laser available now. 35 months? Okay. You know what? We've waited long enough. Order restored on Feveria. Deviant drone activity has been successfully stomped out on Feveria. The supreme will of the hive mind has reasserted itself. We have too many corvettes here. I probably should have seen this coming, to be honest. So we only want 20. So this year... So yeah, this is a really tough call for me because the Raltech Union is the easy one for me to take out. Or, sorry, is the harder one for me to take out.
Our construction is complete.
All right. So again, I am gonna do my best to be patient when it comes to this war. I am, however, going to move the army in place. Oh yeah, well, we'll also close our own borders. Our deep cover operatives have stepped up their surveillance on potential targets. Acknowledged. So one, we want the food source, but number two, I also want to be able to boost my crisis rating. Yeah, and it does look like there were only 3 other entities in the galaxy, so... time for a new Stellaris game. One you just played ended up in the drain. Can't find a way to get your pacifist spiritual empire to work on a grand admiral. It's been a little while since I've tried Grand Admiral. I have a feeling... I have a feeling that I've probably developed some bad habits over time. That's fine, though. I don't... Contrary to my general tendencies on stream, I don't actually need to play on the highest difficulty for everything. What do I want to do? Our energy just dropped like a stone. Okay, what are my science ships up to? So, supporting research, that I can live with. Okay, that's fine. Now, I thought I had someone who was on... Oh, that's embarrassing. Okay, so they can finish their survey here, but yeah, I thought I had somebody on your ass, which I clearly don't.
Our construction is complete.
Okay, looks like the tidal wave is ready to go now. We'll just clean up their fleet manager a bit, not that I ever use it. But now we begin the slow march to the front. Last game, you semi-successfully spread the tree to the galaxy, but then the Galactic Empire formed, you got obliterated. Yeah, I am definitely going to try more. I really like this Become the Crisis sequence. So it's counter to how I normally play, but I actually really... I'm interested in it, and I'd like to try a little bit more. Okay, so Stronghold buildings now produce 3 Unity. In addition, the army health is higher, or platforms have additional hull points. I actually think... So, I would prefer to do Resistance is Frugal, but I'm actually going to go down this path because it will help me with my starbase capacity, which in turn will help me with my energy credits. So, Defensive Zeal. When it comes to the defense of our territories and existence, our fervor will surely be felt by our enemies. The other thing is that the Bulwark of Harmony is not necessarily something that is going to be relevant to me soon. I think I'm going to be the aggressor moving forward, so Defensive Zeal it is. That doesn't give us anything sort of on the surface, but it will eventually pay off. All right, how are we doing on Aretha? Okay, so looks like we need 4, 8, 12 cruisers.
Our construction is complete.
It's been a while since I've seen that. All right, what are we working with here? So the low stability is caused by low amenities. Yeah, we'll get used to it. That'll sort itself out. A short list of targets has been drawn up. Those operatives who are no longer tasked with surveillance will provide cover for the others. It's debatable as to whether or not I really need to do any target acquisition anymore. I don't think they're going to be around long enough for it to really matter. Okay, I think we'll start pushing out the frontier with this one. Sorry, this one will push out the frontier, this one will claim Iras. Okay, it's been a while since we've seen something happen on the site, so I was wondering what was going on there. And I think it's actually going to take me a while to have another fleet ready to go. So I suppose the question... So I'm pretty sure I don't have anything to fear for a fight on this side of the map. The question is, what happens if the AI decides to get clever and attack me through the Urom system while all my other fleets are sort of building and upgrading in Aretha?
We have surveyed the system. We have surveyed the system.
I'm going to have to double back and explore the wormholes, but that's not a priority for me right now. You've not played as Rogue Servitors. That was actually, I think, the first Machine Empire I ever played. I liked it. I really liked the idea of you having, like, your creator species as a sort of like a subgroup. I am eventually going to need to take out these amoeba. We'll give it time, though. Alright, let's just throw the doors open, see what happens. There are definitely other worlds which have bigger problems. Five. We'll see how it goes. That one we can definitely afford to expand on.
Technology conceived.
I will confess, I'm a little surprised we don't have the mining boost yet. Alright. These mighty space forts will provide a focal point for all military activity in a star system, and their presence is sure to deter all but the most stubborn attackers. I am definitely going to need to wait a while before capitalizing on that. But let's do plasma thrusters. And our propulsion scientist isn't quite smart enough for the job. Realtech Union has declared the Favarian Coalition their rival. Not exactly what you want to do when the crisis is brewing. I want to be a little careful about this situation, because if Realtech decides to take on the Favarians, they're going to start eating up that territory which is rightfully mine. So anything I can do to stop them from... Anything I can do to sort of stop them from fighting, or at least getting to one before they start fighting, is good for me. Man, we just chew through ships now. Let me reorganize my forces. Okay. Too many cruisers. So, if everything goes to the White Crush first... Oh, really? Oh no, hang on. Yeah, we're still fine. So that's 3 destroyers, 4 corvettes. Let's see if that actually works. We're also starting to test the limits of the naval capacity, which is good, but it does mean that I'm going to have to start investing in that again. And we are just burning through food. Okay, I'm going to stick to the plan, and I'm actually going to terraform before buying food. Again, I want to try and keep as long-term on my perspective as I can, but this is going to creep up on me really quick. As the operation nears its conclusion, Spymaster Yeg Yal has moved to secure our new asset within the Realtech Union. Our remaining operatives are poised to facilitate any cover she may need. Spymaster Yeg Yal reports from the Realtech Union. A successful execution so far. We have lured an underappreciated member of the Realtech citizenry whose attitude and contacts among the lower rungs of society are sure to aid our operations in various ways. I'm going to make a decision here to say that I will ignore the Realtech Union for now. This may prove my undoing, and in so doing, I'm actually going to acquire an additional asset. So the idea here is that because I don't want, I want to have a nice long build-up period to mobilize against the Realtech Union. And my focus is going to be on the Favarian coalition instead. That has, there are certain implications for that. What did I screw up now? Looks good to me. Okay, so the White Crush, we're going to move them into Imuthin. Once everything's in position, I think we'll start the war. But yeah, so basically,
Our construction is complete.
the assumption I'm making is that we're going to be focusing on the Favarian coalition right away, which means I have extra time to sort of build up my spy networks in the Realtech Union. Now, the way that this can blow up in my face is that they take the opportunity to build their forces and present a credible threat to me. And that's, that's just kind of the roll of the dice that I'm making here, really. But again, I'm not super concerned about it. Clearly, if I thought that was a real threat, I would, I would have started on them. But for now, I just need to make sure that I've got my ships in place, and we will get the party started. This is also going to cause my my Empire Sprawl to explode, so I may have to hold off on the expansion for a bit. What's the population like here? 219 on a garrison. That's respectable. It's pretty healthy population-wise, so that should at least halt the losses. That's a pretty robust defense there. I may actually want to wait for the White Crush to show up. So this thing's currently sitting on 5.6k. That's, let's call that 35, 45. Yeah, They're about... I mean, so obviously I'm rounding up by quite a bit, but given the fact that if I make the move on them, they also have a starbase to back them up, I need to be prepared. Where did these guys get their... I mean, they apparently still count as pathetic, but that's a pretty... That is a lot stronger than I thought that they were going to be. Our Deep Copper operatives have stepped up their surveillance on potential targets. I mean, one thing I could do... Can't arm the privateers. Yeah, it's not worth it. I kind of wish I used espionage more than I actually do. Then again...
We have surveyed the system.
This is the one I'm worried about. I think we're going to hold off on the food-based campaigns for now. At least until we start seeing...
Our special project is complete.
At least until we start seeing those numbers go back. We grow and multiply, our united mind held in countless drones over all of our worlds. With every world we take, we feel the ripples, the strength of the shroud filling our myriad bodies. Even from another dimension, we can feel it empowering us. Our mind shudders at the thought of ourselves unleashed and unstoppable. If we could only bridge the gap between here and there. Okay, so... Crisis-wise, I think it says it's unlocked, but... Yeah, I never did actually read this. So Menacing Destroyer we already know. Oh, that's why everything's so much faster. We've got an even higher boost to ship build speed. Armageddon Bombardment, so additional orbital bombardment damage. And then misconfigured thrusters, so Menacing Corvette Evasion plus 15, and the Disengagement Chance plus 50, so we're even more survivable. So to get to Galactic Nemesis, we need another 5,000, which seems really tough, but given what happens when you conquer worlds, it actually seems a little easier than I originally thought. Again, we're going to wait on the White Crush arriving. Oh, but I probably haven't been building up the... Okay, let's start by adding 2... I want to see where the Menacing Corvettes go, first of all. If they go to the Black Tide, we know what to do. It's kind of a trial run here. Okay, no, they went to the Typhoon. Which is fine. Okay, so 2 more Corvettes. Three destroyers. Wait a minute. No, it's a Typhoon. So it's got to be 4 more Corvettes. And then, I forget how many... This looks like we only need 1 more cruiser there. And better still, I bet all these numbers are going to add up if I just do it that way. Alright, Eurasia, the former homeworld of the Eurasian Concordat. Someone has, relatively recently, within the last 2,000 years, gone through the trouble of systematically bombarding every square meter of the moon's surface from orbit, possibly a misguided attempt to keep the Javorian pox from resurfacing. Despite this, the surface is still covered in the fossilized remains of the billions of Eurasians who succumbed to the plague in the final years of their empire. By the time that it had spread to their homeworld, most of the worlds in the Eurasian Concordat had already fallen, and their alien vessels were in open revolt. Judging by ancient satellite logs recovered from orbit, the mood among the population on the Eurasian homeworld was largely resigned by this point. The widespread panic that accompanied the first outbreaks of the pox on the colonies was largely absent, as most had come to accept the fact that the end was drawing near. Fascinating. We get 10 minor artifacts, which I haven't been using at all. Lots of unity, lots of physics, nice welcome boon of minerals, and a minor artifact. Fascinating. So the good news here is I actually finally have something to do with my influence. So Javorian pox sample, leader lifespan plus 20 years, and oh my god. We now have, in addition to just being horrible constantly, apparently I can now also engage in biological warfare. I guess I technically am biological warfare, but a sample of the dreaded Javorian pox that wiped out the Irasian species. Although harmless to the most other life forms, the virus that causes the disease has many unique genetic properties, some of which can actually prolong life in most organics. The virus could also be used to create a new strain of the Javorian pox that can infect non-Irasians. Although not as virulent or lethal as the original disease was to the Irasians, it could still make a potent biological weapon. So I don't actually quite want to do that yet. And we will do vigilant thought process because it will get me more money, and the reason I need more money is because I'm probably going to be buying food before it's too long. So we can never fully trust those whose thoughts are outside our collective consciousness. We shall remain vigilant and ensure that none are able to take us by surprise. So we will finally be within parameters for the starbase capacity, the upgrade cost will be lower, and hostile operation difficulty, sabotage starbase +4. Actually, this is one thing that would be interesting. If they can make it a little more like Hearts of Iron, in the sense that, like if you can see sort of the tradition paths that empires are going down, I think that would be kind of interesting. Yeah. I mean, they have control of this, right? They could have moved the tech drones out. They chose not to. This is on the governor, frankly. Again, just taking a quick second here to make sure. Why on earth? Oh, it's just the sheer number of pops. Fair enough. We do have a surplus of volatile modes. Okay, what are we looking at? They will be in place in about a year. What about my science ships? That's too much. So I'm gonna run right to the edge of this before we start buying. Oh, I got these numbers wrong, didn't I? Oh no, just being impatient for my cruiser. Oh, but that still doesn't work. That does, though. So the Typhoon will be ready to go in just a moment, which means we start building up the Black Tide. And, I mean, at that point, I just make a new fleet, really. So, what? 2 destroyers and a handful of cruisers. Holy crap. Okay, so I think I'm actually going to start expanding my star bases. Obviously, we'll use the fleets for the war first, but I think we're at a point here where I might want to start thinking about cleaning up some of the riffraff. you know, one thing at a time. So this is going to push me over my... Well, I'm already over the Empire Sprawl, but the reason I'm doing this here is just so that I can kind of get rid of it.
Technology conceived.
Gateway travel. The ability to reactivate derelict gateway stations that can be found scattered throughout the galaxy has the potential to dramatically shorten travel times. Let's go for some of the cheap tech now, just so we can catch up. A short list of targets has been drawn up. Those operatives who are no longer tasked with surveillance will provide cover for the others. Again, this is the Raltech Union. We're building our infrastructure so that we can hit them hard when the time comes. I really need you to learn some urgency here, my friend. Okay, send the Typhoon in. I guess it'll be down here. I should probably keep a ship in the Dearth system. Now that I've actually seen, they've definitely got about a 5k strength. They've got a 5k strength fleet floating around here somewhere, so Dearth is not going to be able to hold things on its own. All right, we've read this before, so I'm just going to say we'll see where these insights might lead. And we got the good result again. Neat. Era. Alright, half a year of food. We'll buy another 1,000. City of Ghosts. Our surface expedition has reported back some astounding findings. The planet has multiple major cities, all abandoned but in quite good shape considering their age. The infrastructure and urban planning of each city is remarkably structured and harmonious, indicating a highly cohesive civilization driven by centralized collective ideals, perhaps even a Gestalt consciousness of some kind. Based on the architecture and interior fixtures, the species that built all this seems to have been small fungoids with fairly low state of technical advancement. Where exactly they all went remains unknown. Alright. Still gonna run out of food. I hate going below 10k. Admittedly, I don't have a faction to keep happy about that, but I just feel bad about it.
We have surveyed the system.
Okay, Eras is ours. Even though this will push me, you know, higher into the Empire Sprawl, I still think it's worth it. And of course, we are able to explore the gate, so we'll do it. Oh. Is this a special? Apparently not. So what was the tech for? Okay, well, I won't question it. Let's take a minute here. I'm going to explore the wormhole. I'm actually going to do that for both, and then we can go start excavating again. Why do we not have... Oh, because somebody's already working on it.
We have surveyed the system.
As the operation nears its conclusion, Spymaster Yegal has moved to secure our new asset within the Raltech Union. Our remaining operatives are poised to facilitate any cover she may need. More building spots, more colony development. Stronger alloys allow us to create prefabricated buildings, providing our colonies with the improved infrastructure. I think it should just be improved infrastructure. Galactic Bureaucracy is a little tempting here because we have been running into admin cap. This is actually exactly what I need. Of course, we're going to push past it. Or I could get another Civic. Let's do Bureaucracy because it'll make everything cheaper in future. And we've got another Raltech asset. I'm actually going to... Again, this seems counterintuitive. Oh, no, I can't. I need to wait just a couple rounds. I want to acquire as many assets as I can just so that I can have the longer period of time to build up the infiltration level. I might even go for... Again, it depends on how long it takes me to take out the Favarian Coalition. Using strong lenses in combination with an oscillating firing sequence to help create lasers strong enough to mine asteroids or shoot down hostiles. Let's do the experimental subspace navigation. That's really more for my science ships than anything. Oh, grisly countermeasures. An operative in the Favarian Coalition has fallen foul of an anti-tampering device installed in the service ducts of the Escont Station starbase. They're currently unable to move or else lend more than basic support to the rest of the operation, so they've secured a reasonably safe hideout. There is, however, bound to be a maintenance sweep of the area before long. The longer our operative remains in Favarian care, the greater risk of exposure. So we can proceed without them or disavow. Nope. Proceed without them. Okay.
Our construction is complete.
I feel like we should keep at least one of them back for protection. At least until I know what the deal is with the gates. But I do want to get another fleet up and running. I know we don't have like the full capacity for it, but Leader Ublos Orok has leveled up and gained a new trait, although we can't see them apparently. Okay, what star bases can I stick some more anchorages on? Do I really... I used to have a whole bunch that were specifically dedicated to this. Huh. I guess I got rid of them. You don't like Era? Hey, Night Valian! We had Uncle Cranky in here a little bit earlier too. Night Valian's the other late night streamer that I like, a soft voice Brazilian who's been doing, is it called Dragon's Breath 2? He's been playing a classic game lately. He played, he's a very big fan of Outer Wilds, which I think a lot of people are big fans of. That's maybe not a controversial opinion. But, so he most recently did the DLC for that. Now, I've heard that apparently the start to the DLC is very good, and it doesn't end that well. I don't know how much kind of credit to give to that view, but that's a little disappointing if so. But I hope you enjoyed it. Oh, Breath of Fire too. Sorry. Yeah. But anyways, Night Valian has definitely been a little bit of a gem to discover on Twitch. I found him originally through playing Kid Fox games, highly underrated
conceived.
Lucifer Within Us. I think the one fault of the game was that it was short, and they were actually kind of upfront about that. They did say before the game was released that the game was quite short. But it really does seem to have affected the reviews. I did enjoy the cases. Like, I think the thing that's kind of sad about it is I suspect it sold below expectations. And so it's very unlikely that they will expand on that world. And that's the one thing that everybody kind of keeps saying is like, I want to see more of this world. It's like, well, if you didn't buy it in the first case, you know, you're not really gonna get more. But yeah, it's you know, he's somebody who's a big fan. There's two things that you can usually watch him play, either indies or releases on Game Pass. Of course, these are also not mutually exclusive, but he's been a really good representative for those kinds of games. So you liked it? It ended just fine. Okay, I'm encouraged. I mean, it's going to take me a while to play it anyway, but I was intrigued by the number of people who seemed to enjoy Outer Wilds as much as you did. And they felt that the DLC wasn't as strong. All right, so this is all. I mean, I've got a bunch of upgrades which I could bring in now. I don't think it's worth holding off the war for, but you know, just another thing to work on. An advanced form of electric propulsion. Plasma thrusters afford ships greater sublight speeds and maneuverability. So let's do powered exoskeletons, because minerals mean a lot more to me now. And this is normally where I'd be wrapping up the stream, but let's try and make some headway on the war before we wrap up tonight, especially because Knife Alien just showed up. I'm also a little self-conscious of the fact that I was a little chattier and not as much I mean, we made some decent progress in the game, but I kind of feel like there's more that I can be doing, so let's see if we can keep pushing it forward. So Dearth is already getting its upgrade, right? Yeah. Are there any others in... Well, I mean, Aretha should be the next Star Fortress because it's beside the gateway.
We have surveyed the system.
Okay, so they're going to just do that automatically. That's fine. Yeah, I didn't really build a network with defending the wormholes in mind, did I? Oh. So... It's not the unthinkable, but it's the inconvenient happened. Okay, we are ready to declare war.
We will annihilate the others.
It's going to be a little slow to start because I'm still waiting for others. We're not surprised. In fact, we expected this sooner. You will find that our forces are ready for you. So it looks like they're just going to stay put, which I'm fine with. I'm going to send one of these out to claim one of the other systems. Right now I'm just looking, as usual, to not lose ships.
Technology conceived.
Ah, crap. I totally lost track of my food. Solitary science ships can break out of naturally occurring hyperlanes and attempt to navigate to known but otherwise unreachable destinations with speculative hyperlane breaching. Let's do... I'm actually going to go for the research alternatives here. So one thing I'm trying to do here is bait out some of these ships in defense. Oh, this is nice. This is actually totally isolated from the rest of the system. So if I can just gobble all of these up for myself. Okay, didn't lose anything. So the Navy should be able to do its thing. Canadian Thanksgiving's coming up. So yeah, even with these two, it's actually still a pretty fair fight. So I'm going to wait for these guys to come in before we take the Escont system. What I am going to do, though, is I'm just, you know, the more I can take these individual systems, I want to see if I can provoke movement on their part. Yep. There we go. Oh, they're sending all of them. I wonder if I want to try and take the Escont system. Nah, it's too... It's a little too courageous. I am, however, going to reinforce my existing navy. Okay, so this is more or less secure.
Technology conceived.
Wearing a powered exoskeleton suit augments the user's strength and speed. The military applications are obvious, but it will also increase labor efficiency. Let's do more mining station outputs. And resistance is frugal. Nothing spreads satisfaction and security throughout the nodes of our mind like the knowledge of a planet well defended. So we get 3 unity, which is great because that's just going to give us even more traditions. I think there's one that also gives us more soldiers? No, I was imagining that. Okay, looks like they lost their nerve. Well, good news for me. We'll just go and take... Again, the biggest thing I want to do whenever... so, this is an opinion, but for me, usually in a game like... Or any game like this, really, if your enemy decides to turtle, you should always have in the back of your mind a list of objectives that you want to take. Essentially punish them for wasting time. Because if you note it, remember when we went to war the last couple of times here, the enemy really didn't take a lot of objectives, and instead we were able to sit back and grow stronger. So in theory, if I were to just sort of turtle while they turtled, they could presumably build up defenses that would give me a hard time. So for instance, like, this is not easy to deal with. It actually looks like they're trying to take the ULTIP system. So let's move accordingly. So again, the more that I can do to kind of take things, the more that I can do to sort of take things away from them, or at the very least punish them for making certain decisions, I'm the one sort of dictating the terms of the fight. And in my opinion, at least for strategy games, that's one of the biggest ways that you can see the win come through. All right, tempers are running high at the archaeology site on Cytine 4, and several archaeology drones are openly disagreeing with Nearshub Deadwake about how best to proceed. Progress on the site has slowed to a crawl. This is interesting. I've never had negative events happen before. At least I didn't notice negative events before.
Our construction is complete.
Okay, Dearth is stronger. Do I really want to just keep adding more? We've got one of each of the defensive buildings. I think it's probably enough. But target uplink is not a bad idea. Let's maybe see if there's anything else I could... Every soldier should carry a box opener, never know when the enemy did turtle. Okay, looks like they're committing to this. Maybe hold back a little bit just to get everybody together. This might be the hardest fight of the... Oh, interesting. Looks like they're not coming after us. Okay, I thought they were trying to sneak around the base. We'll be fine, though.
Our void hive is under attack.
So this might actually be one of the bigger fights of the war.
Our space hive is lost.
Okay, this wormhole... Lots of wormholes that go close to my territory. I don't know how to feel about that. Okay, running out of food again. This is getting expensive. Okay, looks like we have already lost some ships. I suppose we knew that was going to happen, just based on the numbers. Okay, so hopefully this will help me out food-wise. Yeah, 162, we're going to start replenishing stocks. Now I got to think about what the next planet to take is. I guess Wentworth. So we'll replace it with our usual improvements. Then we're also going to have to decide the overall purpose for this. Generator world isn't a terrible idea, but that does mean I should build an energy grid. Okay, so we're not actually getting that much more food for it. We're really just preventing our deficit, which is one reason why I want to take Wentworth, so that I can get a surplus. I also have a feeling that we're going to get the enemy, like we're going to wipe them out pretty quickly. Okay, what do I need as replacements? Okay, 4 destroyers and 11 corvettes. I'm an idiot. The more I can keep my alloys, the happier I'll be. So let's get these. Nope, 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 nope. So I do want to take Escont as soon as I can, but not at the risk of taking a bad fight. So we'll, at minimum we'll heal up, and then hopefully it doesn't take us that long to produce some of these corvettes. This probably won't help us this time. Oh yeah, actually, the other thing I should be doing is battle simulators. Okay, where does this one go? Oof, the Realtech Union's really turning into a proper rival here. So we're gonna launch another effort. It pretty much eviscerates our spy network, but that's kind of working as intended. I have tried Crusader Kings and Europa Universalis. I've learned the gravity model. Yes, I have. So I think the idea here is basically you're talking about basically how trade between different countries is sort of based on proximity.
Our construction is complete.
Is that what you mean by the gravity model?
Technology conceived.
Indivisible unity apart, so that gives me an extra tech. I mean, code breaking's kind of tempting. Yeah, let's go for the cheap stuff. Yeah, it's been a while since I did my international trade, and I'll actually should admit, most of my international trade was undergrad. And then the graduate study that I did that related to international trade was more driven by the fact that we have surveyed the system. Sorry, I just want to repair. It was usually just more the fact that when you do a macro course, you're probably going to be learning about international trade as well. But I'm not so totally lost on this stuff that I'm definitely getting some familiar names. Oh yeah, no, I definitely have. I did both graduate and undergraduate in economics. I would have thought my brilliance would just have, naturally come across, but sorry. Oh, they're getting brave. Let's try and reinforce what we can. The funny thing is, actually, I'm probably learning a lot of this stuff better on my own. Because there are 2 sets of textbooks that I wouldn't return. Basically, math textbooks and econ textbooks I'd usually wind up keeping. Not like exclusively. There are definitely other things that I did. Oh man, do I really want to eat 320? Yep. We need to grow. We also need to pay. But yeah, so what was I gonna say? I found that, like, doing some study on my own account, like, so I'd keep some textbooks. I also bought some, so for instance, I really like the Tom Sargent. Oh, this is interesting. Oh, wait, we took all the territory from them. Wait, really?
Conceived.
That's so weird. So it kind of looks like, yeah, this is their territory, but for some reason, I'm not allowed to go into it? I didn't know that could happen in this game. Alright, that's really inconvenient, actually, because now I need to redirect a science ship to... Alright, a group of auxiliary operatives in the... Okay, we've read this before. Let's see where the insights might lead. This is actually pretty much going to halt the invasion, I think, but... Okay, we panicked the operatives, fair enough. But yeah, so like the dynamic macro textbook, the one by Tom Sargent and Lars Lundqvist, I think it is, and then the Stokey, Lucas, and Prescott recursive methods. I never actually had to study those ones, at least for what I did, but my prof strongly recommended it. So, and they're excellent textbooks if you want that sort of thing. If you like dynamic programming. But yeah, so I'm actually tending to find that sort of the self-guided study at this point is a little more enriching than when I was, doing exams and such. But everyone kind of has their own paths. It is kind of neat though to have somebody who's taking these classes kind of come in and talk about some of this, because some of this stuff I haven't thought about in a while, right? Like the Heckscher-Ohlin model or things like that. So I get to like just test in the back of my head whether or not I actually remember this stuff reasonably well. Multiple administrative strata efficiently surface only the most vital information to the upper levels of government. We've since outgrown it. Ecological adaptation is pretty tempting. It's expensive, but it would allow us to get some productivity improvements on my existing systems. Then again, I won't have the energy for it right now. So maybe I want to go for my naval capacity instead. Yeah.
Technology conceived.
Primitive encryption systems stand no chance against modern decryption tools. Let's do... I'm not really in a spot where I can do research complexes. Energy Nexus is good now, though, because I have sources of exotic gases, and I know how to use them. Okay, destroyers. I don't even know how to count this anymore. I guess it'd be 1 destroyer and 9 corvettes. It feels like a lot, though. Like this will bring it up, this one up to full capacity. These two don't have anywhere to go. Yeah, so I guess the rest of this is just okay. That's fine. We'll have two. We'll have two pretty much intact. And as much as I'd love to send them off against this force, it's now back up to 6K, so let's just... We'll get a combo going. Ah, we lost a Corvette.
Construction is complete.
I'm not gonna get too obsessive about it. Like we'll still try and take the system, but I just get grouchy when it happens. Actually, they're both ready to go, so we'll just start building the replacements. But my food plan... Okay, I actually need to start delivering on the food plans. That actually should completely cover it. There'll be riots, but we should be back to a surplus. You'll forgive me if I dim my display, Fear. I simply cannot stand to look at your nauseating appearance. Well, okay. I'm still killing your guys. Okay, we need 4 Corvettes for replacement. Okay, realistically, what are we looking at here? Where's the closest science ship? Oh god. Okay, fair enough. That is a long, long time to wait. So, we're gonna do the next best thing. We're gonna autopilot you, and at Fevnor, we're just gonna build a new science. We're actually gonna build 2. One for exploring this side of the map, the other for exploring this side of the map, and I never, ever, ever, ever want to learn that I have to halt an invasion because of this idiocy. Deep cover operatives have stepped up their surveillance on potential targets. And until I get my... Proceed without them. I think until I get my sprawl under control, I think I gotta cool it with the construction ships for now. Oh, nope. That's more like it. So what gives? I mean, at this point, taking Wentworth will wipe them out. There just simply won't be anything else to have happen. Oh yeah, actually, so I should get some construction ships in place. So yeah, build those and then basically get ready to expand. Okay, nope, we're in good shape. Let's gather around in the Escant system. We'll get some replacements. So really here all I'm doing is just grabbing as many systems as I can. What I do need to eventually do is make sure that I establish the border with my rival here. Okay, that's fine, so we're gonna move up. Oh crap, did I... Yeah, I've already got the science ships, don't I? Okay, in retrospect, I didn't want to do that, but we've got him now. I can deal with the Maniac. Okay, so I'm going to set one up for auto, and then I think I'm going to set one up to grab whatever projects remain. Yeah, it's a little inconvenient how that all turned out, but... And then, destroyer-wise... Okay, so the Deluge just needs one Corvette. I figured that's not hard to deal with. Looks like the Typhoon also just needs a Corvette as well. And the White Crush has currently got 6 and 4. Okay, so they just need Corvettes as well. That wasn't nearly as hard as I thought it would be. Okay, Black Tide's kind of sitting idle at the moment. One approach I might want to take if I do an invasion of the Favarian, or sorry, not the Favarians, the Raltec. One approach that I may take here would be to have a... So, acknowledge the fact that I'm over my limit in terms of star bases, and unfortunately there aren't any natural targets for getting rid of them. So, sort of acknowledging that fact, and basically positioning one fleet at each wormhole. So, one in Verdamon here. One in Bithia. I mean, this one works great because this is going to be on our new border. So that's not as big of a worry. But essentially, we just want to make sure they don't come pouring out of Raprix. Because if they do that, they can really mess us up. And we're going to take a long time to respond to that. And then finally, there's the one in Dirth, which comes out to Rastaban. So essentially, by locking those down... we'll be in a pretty good place as far as sort of being able to maneuver our ships we won't need to respond. Like, basically, we won't necessarily just be replying to whatever the, whatever their ships are doing, because we're able to take out any individual fleet that they have. It would only be if they kind of had this big concerted effort. And because we've sort of got one fleet for each of their entry points, we can then sort of take the Doom stack and start moving through. All right. But for now, we'll just slowly make progress against our enemies here. I'll get the
Technology conceived.
the big fleet ready to go. Fleets of autonomous drones equipped with mining beams are deployed to quickly and efficiently gather nearby minerals. Let's do improved strike craft. Right now, I'm basically just getting points towards excuse me, crisis points. Although I am at some point going to need to deal with the with my deficits. I'm going to inherit another deficit by taking Wentworth, but excuse me again. Oh, we're really close to hitting Nemesis level.
Our construction is complete. Our construction is complete.
We're not moving anywhere, that's not good. Actually, here's what I'll do. Instead of having to build construction send construction ships here, we'll move our fleets to Wentworth. But we're actually going to... I'm going to move the fleet... Oh, hang on. They might... No, they don't have FTL interruptions. So what I'll do is we'll take the base, but then I'm going to send a fleet south to sort of claim the border. Alright, dead center. Preliminary excavations indicate that the celestial object came straight down on top of a sprawling city. At the time of the impact, the inhabitants were at a technological level on par with early spaceflight. As Estraban 2 currently does not sustain any sapient species, it is reasonable to assume that the event was the beginning of the end of this civilization. It is unclear whether the giant rock landed smack on top of the city by design, or if it is just a bizarre, catastrophic accident. They made a space elevator, but they successfully pulled the moon towards them instead of... Actually, that might be the... I don't remember how that one ends. I might have actually... I might have run into that. That might be the ending now that I think of it. Do I need Jormundir? Not really.
We have claimed a new nest.
Okay, where does this go? Oh, nice. A short list of targets has been drawn up. Those operatives who are no longer tasked with surveillance will provide cover for the others. So again, I'm kind of ignoring what's going on over here. It's, you know, it's a tidal wave. It's 6K. I don't think it's going to be having trouble against, you know, basic outposts. It's only when we get to the capital that we're going to worry. 2 angled. The surface of Aldebaran 1 is utterly without precedent in all of our exploration to date. Vast geological areas, from mountain ranges to entire continents, are suddenly cut by shapes far too geometrically regular to be natural in origin. The otherwise natural-looking environments are suddenly broken by entirely flat plains, perfect triangles, and sharply aligned corners. At present, any explanation of this baffling phenomena is pure conjecture. How are we doing for relics? Not even close.
We sense a hostile
Whoa! Get my armies away from that.
technology conceived.
Okay, energy nexus is going to be a big deal for us. A re-engineered and unified grid further reduces energy losses over distance. Again, cheap tech is the name of the game. Ooh, see, I'd really like to do the X-ray laser, but quantum field manipulation is going to help me digest some of those. Some of those more inconvenient acquisitions. Okay. I've also not been expanding the red tide. Well, I haven't been expanding the red tide because I'm worried about my economy. So we're going to leave that be for now. What I am going to do, though, is everybody who's got... Okay, I really should have put an energy grid down here. Again, just taking the time to make sure that planets that need jobs have jobs. No. There's too many jobs already. This is a problem created by not having enough amenities. Oh yeah, we can embiggen the planets too. Ah, I completely forgot. I don't have the energy for it now, but we could probably kick this. Well, I mean, just building the jobs doesn't do it. At some point, I need to remember to put a science ship in order of Ibilas. I've got tons of science ships right now, so it shouldn't be that inconvenient. How do I have a generator world with no energy grid? That's the shooting offense. This technically isn't a generator world, but it has a lot of agriculture slots. Not that they're being used. Yeah, okay. I think we're good. Encounter in Pagitron. We have made first contact with mysterious aliens in the Pagitron system. We should find out more about them so that we may decide whether they would be suitable nutrition for our drones. For now, they've been given the name Ion Aliens.
We have surveyed the system.
A weak but insistent signal transmits on repeat in the Lura system. The hateful cetacean has pinpointed its source to emanating from within the mouth of a destabilized subspace rift at the system's edge. What could be on the other side? Perhaps we'll find out.
Technology conceived.
A batch of operatives has left for the Fear. Their cover involves piloting a nondescript cargo vessel, its hold packed with what will appear to Fear scanners as rare crystals and other precious minerals. But we trust that the barefaced simplicity of this strategy will serve as its own bluff. Well, given that I now own this starbase, and more importantly... Oh, no, now I know why it's... Okay. Acknowledged, and we will abort. Wow, that took a long time to do. All right. As extrasolar expeditions become more common, it is important to provide planet-side relief for returning fleets. Let's do... There's no reason for me to do uplift, but there is a reason for me to increase the starbase capacity. I didn't even really look at the others.
We sense hostile swarm.
Oop. Wasn't quite expecting that, but we'll still come out ahead. Guess that's the risk of going into a nebula. Where are you going? Kill him! We're like lost multiple ships off of that. That's so bad. There's a little silliness that's going on in this game, I think. So I think we're down... It's like a destroyer and a corvette. No, we gotta be down more than that. A destroyer and 7 corvettes. We made first contact with the mysterious aliens in the Wentworth system. We should find out more about them so that we may decide whether they would be suitable nutrition for our drones. For now, they've been given the name designation SAID aliens. So we gotta wait on these for a bit. These might be Caravaneers. But we don't have the free ambassadors. Oh, mysterious spacefarers. Although we have been unable to discover much about the mysterious vessel in the Pagetaron system, the most convincing current hypothesis, based on its behavior and the patterns of the still undecipherable signals we have intercepted from it, is that it belongs to a previously unknown spacefaring civilization. We are redoubling our efforts to translate their language so that communication can be established. Let's nab some of them for closer investigation. So I didn't think there was another species around. Although now that makes sense why these potential opponents... So there was a time when we were at war and it felt like all the navies went away, and so if they're facing... Alright, so there's probably another civ that was here and Raltec has been eating them. Alright, and apparently I completely forgot about the moon bump. Just got real. Tunneling to the center of the impact zone, it soon became evident how the giant space rock crashed onto the city. The locality had been the anchor point of a service-to-orbit tether. Oh my god, it is the space elevator. A space elevator leading from the planet all the way to the small moon. Due to some accident or severe miscalculation done by the engineering department, the tether pulled the space rock too hard, upsetting the centrifugal forces and shifting the moon to just inside the gravity well. With gravity now the enemy, even the super dense structure of the space elevator could only slow the moon's descent, not stop it. Menacingly, inexorably, the rock came crashing down on the helpless city below. Okay, first contact. So it's actually 6 corvettes and a destroyer. Unless I'm missing something else. I should actually probably just trust the numbers on this. No, it's still 6. Okay, we really only have one option here. Never surrender. We will never yield to those who are inferior. Let them hurl themselves against our unbreakable defenses. 1,000 years from now, they will still just be another footnote in the story of our ascension. Lower orbital bombardment damage, lower war exhaustion gain, hostile claim influence, costs are higher. One thing I'm not crazy about in this game is how you can have so like I had a fleet that was kind of on its way to take out the Stellar Core here, but because the Stellar Core is no longer on the map, the Navy's no longer moving there. So I'm not sure what the right answer to that is, because of course if you have someone move, like if you have a unit move in somewhere and you didn't intend it to keep moving in there, you can be equally annoyed by that. But for me, I always find it a little frustrating that unless I always keep an eye on my Navy, they're basically not going to move, basically. All right, 1888 versus a 5214. We'll see if we can get the two navies a little closer together. This is all gravy at this point, so. Alien ship captured. After a brief struggle in which we sustained minimal casualties, the crew of the exploratory vessel of the Ion Aliens, who we now know to be a mammalian species, surrendered to our boarding party. We now hold both their ship and a large portion of their crew hostage and can set to work interrogating them and studying their technology. See how they taste. So, much needed food. Okay. I was really worried for a second there. I'm like, what's happening? But that was not what I thought it was.
We sense hostile swarm.
Alright, I mean, this is inconvenient, but we'll get through it.
We have surveyed the system.
So again, we're going to give up Trinitar here, but it's so we can reclaim Way, and then all the navies are going to be in the same spot. Same old, same old. Further studies of the lost civilization on Cytine 4 have given rise to more questions than answers. The plain, sturdy structures are thousands of years old, and all seem to have been constructed at roughly the same time, perhaps as brief as a single century. Similarly, any additions or renovations to the urban structures seem to have been done planet-wide at sudden, widely separated intervals. The oddly punctuated development of the society seems to show no appreciable change in population size. Curious. I don't think I have it, but... yeah. 10 away. So I mean, at this point, we're just kind of trading bases, but... also, our replacements should be built by this point, so let's merge them. And it is also very, very, very important that this transport fleet does not get caught out. Okay, Ion Aliens. We have concluded our study of the vessel we recently captured from the Ion Aliens. The absence of a living crew made our investigation challenging. Fortunately, they left behind enough material for our language drones to gradually decipher their language and identify them as the Ketling Star Pack, allowing us to communicate with them should we so please. Furthermore, we were able to study the ship's technology, which has helped our research drones uncover some novel approaches to our own research problems.
The others reach out to make contact with our mind.
We are not your food fear. We Ketlings lead a peaceful way of life, but we will not hesitate to defend ourselves should it become necessary. We sense prey. Okay. Send another envoy out. So it's a little inconvenient for us because... Wait a minute. Oh, there it is. I can't do espionage quite yet. Well, that's not entirely true. I could move the one... Yeah, actually, you know what? Let's move the one from the Favarian Coalition, because the Favarians are essentially off the galactic stage at this point. It would have been nicer to go up against something a little weaker, but I can live with this. Let's take you two and reinforce your ally. If we can avoid casualties, so much the better. Oh, beautiful. How are we on our crisis status? I feel like we should be moving up. Guess those ships weren't worth as much as I thought. So I'm keeping this fleet here. It's not even for the reinforcements. It's basically just so that I can get everybody else in the same spot. Okay. We discovered a new life form in Wentwork. Although calling it a life form may be incorrect, the entities appear to be fully automated mechanical drones built exclusively for some unknown industrial purpose. Observations will continue, but since it's likely that these machines are programmed with defensive protocols, it would be prudent to tread lightly. Did we already deal with these things? Asset identified. As the operation nears its conclusion, Spymaster Yegyal has moved to secure our new asset within the Reltech Union. Our remaining operatives are poised to facilitate any cover she may need. And we now have an influential Reltech professional. So it actually looks like we have a fairly high... So we're still at level 36 for infiltration, so... I mean, we are getting close to war. I guess the question is, do I think that another... I get about 5 each turn, so do I think like the 90 is going to be worth it? Let's build up our intelligence, actually. I might want to go to war a little faster than I think. Okay. So if I can come down on them like a ton of bricks, it's pretty much over. And I do need all of these exotic gases. Ah, here we go. We've encountered another abandoned gateway, this time near the Tunari Vortex. It appears to have been built entirely by microscopic nanites of an unknown design. Oh no, sorry, this is the L-Gate. Unlike the previous structure, this gateway has been significantly altered since its initial construction. Its connection to the rest of the network has been severed. Instead, the only valid destination is an uncharted group of stars just beyond our galaxy that has been designated the L Cluster by our astronomers. Although the gateway emits a faint power signature, it's been deliberately locked into some kind of maintenance loop that prevents its activation. Until we find some way of aborting this process, the L Cluster will remain beyond our reach.
Our situation log is updated.
So I am intrigued, but I'm not going to put too much into this yet.
Technology conceived.
Okay, improved Strikecraft, the next generation of Strikecraft, featuring improved avionics, better handling characteristics, and more powerful armaments. Again, we're going to go for the low-cost tech for the next little while. So, railguns it is. It'd be nice if I had some intelligence in terms of what what the enemy was actually packing, but I'm not gonna like completely abandon the the invasion just to be able to get that detail. So I know we lost at least one Corvette. You gotta get the hell out of here. Oh god, this is not good. Doesn't look like they're being attacked though, which is a slight improvement. This is very weird though. Like oh no, I think I get what's going on now. Okay, 2 Corvettes. They're definitely lasting a lot longer than I thought they would though. So the fact that everything's moving towards my armies makes me think that the bad guys are coming after.
We have surveyed the system.
Okay, so if I go the opposite direction, what happens? I mean, maybe it's my units that are putting themselves in front of them, but like, what the hell is going on? It feels like I'm not doing any damage.
We have surveyed the system. Technology conceived.
Quantum superposition energy coils simultaneously drained and charged. Okay, so this was our effort to try. Wow, that's a lot more money. Colony development speed would not be unwelcome right now, because all of that terraforming is gonna come due. I don't actually think my ships are firing. Like, these guys have not taken any damage whatsoever. There's something very, very odd going on here. But I do have a solution. Basically just trying to reset the combat here. Ancient mining drones. Reports of deep space drones previously encountered have been investigated closer. The drones appear to be workers and custodians of an autonomous orbital mining operation established millennia ago and then soon abandoned by all but the drones themselves, judging by the state of the processing equipment. The drones possess powerful mining lasers and make obviously threatening, if not outright hostile, overtures towards hated vessels when approached. They may only be old drones, but they should be kept under close watch by the fear.
The others reach out to make contact with our mind.
Okay, that's not very interesting. And same deal. Okay. That was the weirdest fight I have ever seen in this game. And I think that's actually happened to us before, because it feels like... Okay, so I need a destroyer and 6 corvettes, and then 3. It's just a little easier to keep track of over here. So the Typhoon needs the 3 if I recall correctly. I'm gonna let everybody heal up before we make a push. Well, unless somebody's already at full health. Yeah, looks like everybody needs a little R&R. That is a kind of a pain. That it feels extremely unfair that like effectively you can lose the majority of the ships, or not. Okay, you can lose a essentially an equivalent fleet power's worth and not be able to actually fight back. That feels like a big problem. Okay, what are we looking at? So another destroyer. God. I want the fleet manager to be a lot more useful than it really is. Okay. So I currently have 14. So yeah, 6 corvettes and 1 destroyer. So what's the deal? Oh, because I have 8. That should fix it. So what do I do with the surplus? Add them to the red tide. Again, I'm not going to wait for the reinforcements to arrive, but as soon as these repairs are done, we're moving. I'll do the unthinkable and actually move the numbers up. Oh, we had social research and I didn't pay attention to what happened. Okay, let's do food processing centers because we need more. I'm astonished that they're still kind of ignoring me. Okay, I was about to say, are these things actually healing?
We have surveyed the system. We have surveyed the system.
By giving control of the colony ship to an artificial intelligence, the crew and colonists can be suspended in a deep sleep. Let's do colony development speed next. Again, I love the X-rays, but I'm actually going to be building more colonies. Okay. So basically once all the fleets are in the same spot, we're going to move on Wentworth. I'm assuming we're going to have some replacements. Or we're going to need some replacements. But again, the plan is once we take out the base, which will be the thing that inhibits our FTL movement, we can claim the rest of the sectors and block the grab that'll happen from the Realtech Union. I don't even want to imagine how that happened. I guess through the Pedro... Yeah, okay. I might need to move to secure that. What? Man, I need to pay closer attention to this. Do these numbers make any sense to you? 12,042 destroyers? Oh my god, Knight, thank you very much for the raid. And Jared, how you doing? How's everyone doing? I'm actually an hour over. But that's incredibly kind of you. I'm sorry there isn't a notification coming up. I wonder what's causing that. I actually feel like... Well, no, we saw a follow notification recently. How are you doing? Any Stellaris fans in your raiding party? And Jared, I know, so I should give a... What were you playing, Knight? I should do a couple of shoutouts here. Yeah, I actually don't know what you want. Nikita and Adelaide have asked you to play Stellaris with them many times, but you're too bad. Oh, Jared. I mean, I don't know how nice they are, but Stellaris, I feel, is if you want to get into these kinds of games, this is probably the friendliest of them. That doesn't mean it's an easy game, but it does mean that of the Paradox Grand Strategy games, I feel like this is the most approachable. But on top of that, we've got Jared in the channel, hey Jared J, who I was going to say has been doing a bunch of music streams lately, except that your last stream, I believe you were mountain climbing. I didn't get to see a whole lot of it. I saw the description, though, and I was like, oh, does this mean if I participate in chat, I might cause him to plummet to his death? I must be sure to watch this. But Jared I met through his community management work, and then found out on top of being a very able sort of engager and other discusser of stream people, that he's a streamer in his own regard. I actually got to see a Pokemon and learned that there are depths to that game I never appreciated. And then on top of that, this is one of the things that's really annoying about talented people, is that they never seem to be just talented at one thing. So in addition to all of this, Jared's also very good at music. And sorry, Knight, you said an hour over. I don't know how that could happen with time vampire games like this and Dyson Sphere. Indeed. Okay, so Knight, I'm actually feeling bad that I don't have some proper intel on you. So I am going to take a second here and sneak a peek and see what you were doing. Oh, not at all. Well, no, I've actually hit the limits. I've apparently hit the limits because I didn't see what Knight was doing recently. So, oh, sorry, Dyson Sphere program. Oh my God. Okay, yeah, no, definitely. All of you. All right, Dyson Sphere program is actually something I have not played yet, but looks fantastic. So yes, 100 times. I've already put out the word there. But I cannot possibly think of a better, in retrospect now, it's actually probably an extremely good fit. Sorry, I'm completely thrown off of my my list. And of course, Knight I actually know through we did meet originally through It Is D-Pain, right? I feel like that's. Or was it Apocalypse? I'm like 99% sure it is D-Pain is responsible for us running into each other. Yeah, well, I'd seen you in the chats before, obviously. But yes, I know. The podcast is the one. I kind of feel like if I mention the podcast first, then it suggests that I didn't really pay attention to you before. So I'm trying to remember. I was just trying to remember, though, if you're... Because like I know there's a big mix between the two communities and such. And for those of you that don't know what I'm talking about, It Is D-Pain, Apocalypse, who I found through XCOM Chimera Squad, and Knight 97M, we got a chance to talk about science fiction stories on the podcast that Apocalypse and It Is D-Pain host called the Pointless Discord podcast. And certainly they sort of drug me over the finish line. I think they all had really interesting choices, but for those of you that just like hearing people talk, I hope that is a sufficiently interesting episode for all of you to hear. Anyway, sorry, I should probably carry on with the game. But thank you very much for the host, and greetings to all the VIPs. Okay, the Prime Sovereignty. We can feel the waves of that otherworldly ocean lapping against our mind, crashing against the barrier that separates us from greatness. Little remains now but a final exercise in the suffering of others. One after another, they will yield. So let's get that. So actually, this is another thing I should mention to you, Jared. I'm doing the new DLC that came out for Stellaris, and there is an option here. So as you expand out your species, you get you can follow traditions, and then each time you complete one of these trees, you get an ascension perk, one of the new Ascension perks is Become the Crisis. So essentially where previously in the game there were these big endgame events where sort of all of the players needed to sort of band together to fight, there's now an option for you to become that, which is exactly what I'm doing here. I am now a Galactic Nemesis, which gives me menacing cruisers, a 50% bonus to ship weapons damage. The making of a ship betrays its unmaking. There is little essential variance in the design sprung from the galaxy's shipyards. We know them all. And Fly Swatter, menacing destroyer tracking plus 30%. No folly is beneath our notice, no trespass undeserving of retribution. So basically, the more evil stuff you do, the more powerful you get. And given the fact that we are playing quite literally fear itself, it's definitely on brand. So the idea here, the write-up that we came up for it, every time you were bullied, every time you were jealous of a promotion, every word said in anger, and every night you asked to keep the light on did not pass into history, but went somewhere else, watching, waiting. The collective fears and anger of passing civilizations accumulated on a small planet in the Ur-Etha system, and have now begun to reach outside of its borders. The dread loved ones felt as news of the scouting ships going missing in that systems have fed it, as will news of each new fallen system. The only thing we have to fear is fear itself. So the idea here, I haven't played a Devouring Swarm in this game since they first added hive minds. And so I wanted this idea of the idea that every time you were scared by something or you were angry, that went to an actual place and it became a physical thing. And that essentially the story of this species is the time when it hit that critical mass to actually start being able to push out into space and start feeding itself. And so this Become the Crisis moment is something that has sort of really let it, the momentum play is definitely at work here. And gotta go to sleep already much later than you intended. Good luck with your destruction of the universe. Thank you very much, Knight. And God, I really want to see you play Dyson Sphere program now. Thank you very much for your host. And sorry, I didn't actually say hi to all the people who came in from Night 97, but hi and welcome. The engagement in the Wentwork system has given rise to unique gene expressions in Grig Whipsail. They are now unyielding. Okay, so let's see what the butcher's bill on that one was. 2 Corvettes, 3 Corvettes, 5, 6 Corvettes. So we'll build the replacements right now. And let's get the army in place. So this is their capital world. Let's make sure they're not sitting on surprise defense. 219 is nothing to sneeze at, but we still have twice that with our 555 strength army. So we're going to go into orbit. We are not going to take the system, though. We are going to heal up, and we're going to claim... So again, the strategy here is I want to take all of these systems first, because the type of war that I'm fighting is that as soon as you take a system, that's yours permanently. So if I take their capital world, I've got nothing left to claim, basically. If on the other hand, basically all of this will become neutral territory. If on the other hand, I go and I claim all of these systems for myself, and then I take their capital world, this expands my borders, and it means that these enemies are not going to be able to claim that against me. Nikita and Pavel were on a hike with you. It's almost an unofficial Phantom Stream. Oh man, I did not know that. Now I really regret not seeing what was happening. You could have talked about your Stellaris strategies. Yeah, I was in the middle. I took a long weekend through my vacations, so I sort of I had Twitch stuff on sort of occasionally. Like I had my windows up, and then I went for a lot of walks. So I'd sort of like I put my ID in. So like I like giving people the concurrent view. So I'd sort of like click in on it. I was like, okay, when I get back, I'll look at it, and of course it's done. So now I'm really sorry I missed it. Okay, we got some... Oh, they're all healed. Okay. Take the White Crush and just throw it in. That's no big deal. I mean, like, for me, like, obviously, I say this a lot, and it makes me wonder. Like, it's one of these points where I sometimes wonder if the number of times I say it, the number of times I say it might make it seem insincere. But like, it's always, what's the way for me to put it? Like, everybody has their own sort of needs and priorities when it comes to Twitch. You know, just because I get a particular thing out of the platform doesn't necessarily mean other people do. I'm starting with spawning pools just so it can improve my overall speed. So, you know, I like doing the concurrent view because I know Twitch wants us to broadcast a certain way, and that may or may not be in line with what gives people satisfaction in terms of doing that kind of support or doing those kinds of broadcasts. So, I don't know. It's just one of these things where I rather wish they wouldn't make that sort of the end-all be-all. I think there's more interesting things to do. But because we live in a second-best world where sort of Twitch is the one that's deciding what's fun and what's not, the least I can do is try and boost people up through the measures that Twitch pays attention for. So, but of course, I mean, the one thing I don't like about it is that it does sometimes create a bit of a crab bucket mentality, and I think you see this a lot with maybe some smaller streamers. Like, you know, every once in a while you'll see on Twitter where people are kind of talking about who is or isn't being supportive, or, you know, you should be coming to my place because of X, Y, or Z or whatever. And obviously that doesn't always lend itself. Like, it would be nice if it was an environment in which people were always supportive, sort of unconditionally. But this idea that you are competing with it, like, so this is I think this is one of the paths to peace on Twitch. If you want to make a career of it, you obviously really do need to think about like what people want to watch and how you get them in. But if you're just enjoying, you know, if you just enjoying putting on a show for people, being able to, you know, celebrate other successes, being able to do it for the community, being able to build it for, you know, meeting interesting people, which is kind of by far the biggest benefit I've gotten from Twitch. You know, just making sure that you're able to, I guess the biggest thing would be is like, it would be nice if I could do like multiple hosts, or if I could do like multiple views. I don't know. I think they try to pay attention to what my most active window is in terms of what they grant the concurrent view for. And to a certain extent, I just wish that there were better mechanisms to show that kind of support, because I don't really know if that's how people watch stuff anymore, right? Like, sometimes people play a game and they'll have like a TV show on, and maybe they'll have a Twitch stream on, maybe they'll have a couple of Twitch streams on, and it just seems a little weird to put it, you know, put it in these very stark terms. All right, the latest in electromagnetic accelerators. Railguns use twin parallel rails to fire projectiles at incredible speeds. Let's do... Oh yeah, mineral purification plants. I've been wondering where those have been. Really taking my time in finishing out this battle. I mean, the good news is that my war exhaustion goes up at such a slow rate. I don't need to worry too much about it, but I do want to try and bring this thing home. So we'll just grab a handful of systems. We'll land the armies. I could bomb it if I was worried about the defenses. They are beefing up their security. I think I'll risk it. It's 1620. I gotta find the science ship that's on its way to researching that. So how long... It doesn't say how long it's gonna take to travel there, does it? 1049. Yeah, we have almost 2 years after.
We have surveyed the system.
How much do I play games off stream? So streaming was actually one of the ways that I used to like keep my gaming limited, because in obviously in grad school you want to pay attention to your schoolwork, not your not gaming. But I didn't want to have like my gaming amount be zero. I do probably game more on my own time, usually not stuff I do on stream. I cheated a little bit more with Industries of Titan, less so with Phantom Brigade because I could kind of do... Like, the thing with Industries of Titan is just because you're not really guaranteed to have compatible patches in between, it's a little bit easier to just kind of do a couple of quick rounds. Phantom Brigade, I've kind of just stuck with that one playthrough, and I don't want to mess around too much with... Like, I don't want to have parallel runs or anything like that. So the fact that there's kind of a higher decay rate for Industries of Titan meant I played it a little bit more off cast. But I've actually been doing quite a bit more recently. So I've been playing Fee by EA Originals, which is okay. I think it's a very beautiful game, and I sometimes think they went a little too heavy on trying to be... So I think they very admirably went very far on the like non-verbal communication, but I don't think they're always successful with it, and I think sometimes you can get very lost and confused with what you're supposed to do. I also just recently finished Warhammer 40k Mechanicus, which was a neat game to play. I felt a little easier by the end than I think it was intended to be. But that's kind of like XCOM meets Darkest Dungeon, which I thought was an interesting combination. And then on my Xbox, I've only just recently started console gaming. I've been trying Outriders, which I was very indifferent to when I first played it. And then I warmed up on it, and then I really feel like a couple of the encounters have been designed really only to be done with a group, because I'll wind it up in these brick walls where I think actually my biggest complaint is that I feel that sometimes the controls aren't as responsive as they should be to certain actions that I take, and it results in my character dying and resetting a lot of progress. And I know I can lower the difficulty, I just really don't like doing that, because it feels like I'm playing at the difficulty I should be. But yeah, to answer your question, I'm doing actually quite a bit more gaming on non-stream time, which is a little bit of a worry because I don't want it to take all of my time. But I am still getting some reading done in side projects. No, I didn't even own a console until somebody gave me an Xbox, and then the Series X came out, and the financing terms on it were really, really good, which also included access to Game Pass on PC. So I did decide to get Series X. And I've finally been like able to play some games that people really like Red Dead Redemption. Anyone home? A recent breakthrough shone some light on the vanished city builders of Cytene 4. Apparently, the fungal species has a collective cycle of mass death and rebirth. They hatch en masse almost simultaneously across the whole planet and grow up as part of a linked hive mind collective. In the course of their hundreds of years-long life cycle, they spread out and reclaim the cities built and abandoned by the previous dried-off generations. When nearing the next death-rebirth event, they heed some species-wide biological clarion call through asexual reproduction, and they give birth to a pod that is buried in the ground. The parent dies, and the body decays and fertilizes the ground around the pod. After a long dormant period, the pods hatch, and the cycle begins anew. I don't know how many of you have read a book called This Three-Body Problem, but there's actually kind of a similar idea here where they're because there are three suns, there are these incredibly hot periods where the species kind of like dries itself up and like kind of almost like rolls itself up like paper, and there's this little group of survivors that sort of kept to go through. I actually honestly should probably just read the book to get it, but for whatever reason it kind of reminded me of this. And used to try to save games for stream and then rarely ever played. Yeah, so that's one of the big ones for me. I do have a bunch of games that I haven't played. So Wolfenstein 2 was a perfect example of this, where I pretty much bought it on release but didn't play it because I wanted to stream it. And so that's why I've had kind of these parallel lines running, where there are games which I sort of set up for myself specifically to play, and then there's sort of the other batch where I'm sort of what's the right way to put it? Oh, did I wind up? Okay, no, we're still safe, but there just isn't that much galaxy to explore anymore. But yeah, I've kind of made a specific effort to try and set aside some games which are just for me, and I'll be willing to like stream them on other occasions, for other reasons. But I know exactly the problem you're talking about, and especially because, as you can see, I talk a lot. It can sometimes mean it takes me a very long time to do games which I would really enjoy, but for one reason or another, I'm not able to make much progress in. Please tell me I did 10. Yeah, so 3 building plus 7, and then 20 Corvettes. So this should be up to 27. Yeah. I actually have room for even more ships, but I don't want my expenses to run too far ahead of me. But now you've switched to just music and IRL, it feels healthier for gaming. I was wondering about that, because it had been a while since I'd seen you play a game. And I mean, your music streams are really fun to watch, so I didn't, I know sometimes you'll hear... Well, I don't know if you run into this, but occasionally I'll hear from someone and it's sort of like, hey, why aren't you doing like X thing? Or like sometimes you get direct messages from people. It's like, hey, when are you going online? I'm like, it's my day off. Please leave me alone. And it's like, it's in one sense, I'm so happy that sort of stuff happens because it means people care about my stuff enough to ask. But obviously you also want to make sure that like the stuff that matters to you is being fed. Oh wow, they're still putting up a defense. But yeah, so I was a little curious. But I'll admit the hike was I think it was the first technically didn't really see you beyond a couple seconds, but I think that was the first IRL that I'd seen. But yeah, the biggest one for me too is like I'm a little lucky in that my tastes for gaming are pretty broad. So obviously I'm not above doing something like Wolfenstein on stream. But the type of game that I will actually normally play on my own time is quite different from what I think people would maybe normally expect me to play on my own time. So the good news is that because there's just a bunch of stuff that I want to experience and I know I'm not going to do it on stream, I get it just gives me a chance to do some stuff on my own. Now, this is the one time I don't want us to, like, really shoot the lights out. Oh, crap. Okay, good. No, we should be able to get Oreb. It's going to be really close, though. All right, Bulwark of Harmony. All organisms, no matter how perfect, must rely on an immune system to ward off the threat of outside disease. The fear is no different. While in a defensive war with another empire, ship build speed is increased by 33%. In addition, the ship fire rate is increased by 15% for ships within your borders. So it's very unlikely we're going to be fighting defensive wars soon, but there you have it. Okay. Nihilistic acquisition, there's absolutely no point. Engineered evolution might be interesting. I am actually probably more inclined for executive vigor. Well, you know what? Do I really need... Yeah, I really don't need these anymore. Maybe farming subsidies. Oh, actually... That might be a really good one, actually, for my food. Alright, screw it. Executive vigor. There'll be no half measures or compromises when implementing the edicts decided upon by our government. We go all the way or not at all. So this saves me the empire sprawl that comes from too many edicts. Let's wait till we see that number. So we'll do farming subsidies. This gives 50% bonus to agri-drone output. Given the fact that we are already producing 664 from jobs, this is going to give us a lot of extra food. It will cost us extra energy credits, but as you can see, we're generating a lot here. So we'll do one of those for starters. And then observation. So this is the tricky one for me. Observation instinct is the most interesting to me. Actually, you know what? I think I am going to go for it just because fortify the border has costs. So we'll do observation instinct after all. And you think you've gotten a bit better traction with music and now you're using it to press it. Oh, that's really good. And yeah, I mean, it's a little bit like I feel like Twitch is a little bit like YouTube now in the sense that it's hard to see. Like, so I answer this question to myself all the time. No, what are you doing? Oh my God. Just. Okay, there we go. Everybody is streaming games. So what makes me special? And especially given my somewhat eclectic tastes, it's a perfectly reasonable question. Like, what exactly is the point of watching the system chalk stream as opposed to anything else? This doesn't mean I don't think I have something to offer, but obviously, no more than, what anybody else might, offer up, let's say. So I think, one of the things that is... I mean, there's lots of reasons to watch you, obviously. But I think one of the things that makes it a little bit easier is that you are able to sort of stand on your merits based on your music. And it's... I guess the signal to noise is a little bit different. So obviously there's a lot of people inside of the music channel, but I also sort of think that it's unique enough and it's kind of consistent enough that it's the sort of thing that really lets what you do well shine very well. But I mean, what do I know, right? Like, I definitely have opinions on Twitch, but it's not like I sat down and did like proper research in terms of sort of the dynamics of finding new channels on Twitch and such.
Enemy nest taken.
Excellent. All right. It only took us an hour and a half longer than we normally take, but end of the Favarian Coalition. The Star Nation, formerly known as the Favarian Coalition, has been destroyed by its enemies. How this will affect the political climate of the galaxy remains to be seen. And we've got mineral purification. Optimal processing of mined materials have allowed us to reach new levels of efficiency. So, I could go for the L-Gate Insights, but honestly, we need to get access to it first. So, I think probably either modular engineering because of the bonuses for star bases, or quantum missiles because it always helps to have more firepower. Let's start with modular engineering. We are going to wrap up the playthrough, but let me just take a little while to organize my worlds. From what you've observed since getting into the Twitch music scene, people seem to be more generous on average than gaming for smaller streamers. Oh, that's actually really good to hear. I like music quite a bit, and I wish... So I got a keyboard So I don't know how much you know about synthesizers, but my favorite synthesizer in terms of sound, well, I don't know, like the Yamaha GX1 is a very unique and special one. But let's say, I don't know, no, the CS80 is still probably it. But if you've ever heard the soundtrack for the movie Blade Runner by Vangelis, well, pretty much anything by Vangelis, but particularly Blade Runner, that is a really good indicator of sort of the CS80 sound. And Yamaha released, it's a very small keyboard. It's a digital version of that synthesizer. It does not have all of the features that the CS80 used to have. But it's this sort of like reissuing of it, if you will, called the Reface CS. So I got that. And I've sort of wanted to properly get back into sort of practice, because I learned piano and then I also used to play trumpet. I don't have a trumpet anymore, sadly, but I do kind of wish, like, music's one of those things where that really needs consistent practice, and it's easy to get discouraged if you knew you used to be at one level and you're not there. But you're also not going to get any better feeling sorry for yourself on it. So I do wish I could put the sustained practice in it. But then, do I give up gaming? Do I give up writing? Do I give up, the data stuff that I do? So I need to like properly sit down and think about how I'm going to get back on that horse. Like I'd really like to just sit down with some Royal Conservatory books and like work through them properly. Cause like I really do like stuff like music theory and all of that. I know some people don't care for it, but it's a nerdy way for me to appreciate music. But a lot of good musicians you've been watching get really consistent viewership and generosity, even though they only have 3 or 4 digit followers. Yeah, I've also learned that so it used to be that there was a pretty good correlation between followers and concurrent viewers. That is no longer the case. And I think that's probably the way it should be, but I definitely have not benefited from that because my follower count is okay, but my concurrent viewership is definitely in flux. But yeah, no, I'm actually really, really, really happy that music is an encouraging spot. Because like the worst thing I could imagine would be something creative like that being full of a bunch of people who are like, oh, you suck, why do you do this? And, it's the internet, right? You don't necessarily know what it's going to attract, but that's really cool to hear. Could it be that the average age of followers is higher in the music section than the gaming one? No clue if it is, though. Yeah, I don't see why it would be a higher age. Because I mean, it's not like it's not like music is. I don't know. Music kind of seems to be a fairly universal thing. I don't know though. I'm sure someone at Twitch has done a study on that. Okay, anyways, let's take a look at our numbers. I think I pretty much unlocked... Right, I gotta upgrade the capital world. I'm gonna do something very reckless on one of the worlds. Oh, wow. Okay, I think we can afford to upgrade. How many moats do we have? 6? That was probably premature. Yeah. Let's get our alloys up. Okay, this is already boosted, so more energy generation. We need to get you some purification plants. I mean, this is pretty anemic, but... Oh, that's right. No, not resettle. I wanted to embiggen this world because it's my meal ticket as far as minerals are concerned. So this is because we chose Mastery of Nature. We get 2 extra districts. This is going to take a long time, but I don't believe we can do that. Oh wow, we can do that to more than one world at a time. Cool. Okay, this is my Agra world. Ah yes, no, this is the one where I went a little... Well, I didn't go crazy. We needed it at the time. Holy smokes, really? I'm pretty sure we're going to wind up in starvation again if I do that. Why so much effort into maintenance drones? I can't stand seeing that. I'm going to reduce it. Well, it'll be like last time. I'll cover what we need on amenities and leave it at that. Okay. The rest I think we need to grow into... Yeah, we can add another research building, I guess. Actually, I should also be looking at more synaptic nodes. Yeah, Kitch22, who's a kind of a streamer who I've been following for a really long time, incredibly nice guy. He's a DJ, and he's definitely been doing quite well on that side. But I mean, he was doing that even before, like, the music category was a thing on Twitch. So maybe not like, but obviously by that I mean like that wasn't even like he was doing it on Twitch before it was a category, but like that is something he has always done, and it definitely came through on a lot of the types of broadcasts that he would do. So, you know, it was maybe less surprising that he would do that transition. Oh, wow. Oh, wait, no, we just took... Wait, did we just take this world? Yes. Okay, it's in the Wentwork system. Okay, so we'll convert this to spawning pools. We'll keep the research lab. I don't need the alloy foundry yet, so new synaptic node for us. Titanic life forms, fair enough. We can't really get rid of those. And a fortress. Or a stronghold. Fortress is the next level. Okay, I think that's the organization taken care of. I may or may not want to keep Oreb at all. No, Oreb I gotta keep because it's on the border of hostile territory. Actually, if nothing else, I should be upgrading that base and giving it as many sharp teeth as I possibly can. I think most of this stuff I'm actually going to worry about next broadcast. Construction ship. Again, I gotta wait until my Empire sprawl's back in line before I start messing with that. So I think I'm due for a bunch of upgrades to a lot of my star bases. And I don't think there's a lot that I want to worry about right now. Well, I don't know, like, I don't necessarily, like, I definitely know Fortnite does have a younger skew, but, like, I can definitely remember a lot of people who were clearly geared towards an older audience, and they did fine enough with Fortnite. I also knew some people who, like, streamed Fortnite every day, and then they complained about not getting big on Twitch, and I'm like, well, what do you think is gonna happen? Like... You know, it's arguably the most competitive... Well, at the time, it was like one of the most competitive, viewers-wise areas of Twitch. Like, you know... I'm not saying you don't have something special to share, but, like, you know, how is anybody going to know about you if you're at the very bottom of the Fortnite list, right? Obviously, if you do want to appeal to a young... Like, so here's the reason why I will never appeal to a younger audience. I have done day camps with kids, and I actually kind of like it. Being able to interact with kids is neat, and you get a different perspective, and you can teach stuff. You know, it's fun. Like, it's a for me, it was a very rewarding experience, and one that I would happily do again in the right circumstances. But okay, I know what I'm gonna do. We're gonna downgrade anything that isn't attached to a planet. But clearly, my monologues, gotta get those out of the way. Politics talk, I might like it. That's not in the stream. That is just an entirely different kind of interaction. And the thing is that there are people who really do stuff that kids actually want to see and really enjoy, and not everything has to be a lesson. So, even if I enjoy it, that doesn't necessarily mean that that is the best use of whatever broadcasting talents I have. So, and then again, the other thing too is that getting, quote unquote, getting big on Twitch is not necessarily the end goal, right? For some people, it is just a matter of being able to share something that you're interested in with other people, and that's totally fine too. Obviously, not everything has to be, I'm doing this. Obviously, to a certain extent, for some people, becoming an influencer is basically a modern version of wanting to become a movie star. There are very clearly people who do go and become movie stars, and they have the talent, and they have the, they have the means of being able to achieve that goal. And I don't think we should be turning around sort of telling people who can and can't do that sort of thing. But you do also want to be somewhat realistic in terms of what you're setting yourself up for, right? If you don't have a clear idea in terms of exactly what you're about and how you're going to achieve that goal, in some cases it's just as bad as not even starting it. There are definitely ways that you can sort of sabotage yourself. Let's say you wanted to become a TV show writer, right? They definitely, TV shows, if you can do that, that's not a bad career. Talented writers are always in short supply. It's something that is, I don't know really what the pay is on that, so maybe don't quote me on that part. But I think if you if you can work well in that format, I think that is something that presumably somebody could work with quite well. And then the big challenge then is if you say it's okay, I'm going to become a TV writer, and you don't do any spec scripts or anything. Ah, crap. If you don't do spec scripts and you don't know anyone who works in television, and all you do is read books on screenwriting, maybe not even specifically television writing, but just screenwriting books, all of these things kind of seem like things that can help you achieve that goal. And yet in another sense, you're doing absolutely nothing to push yourself closer to it. Obviously, you have to get in touch with somebody who's in a position to hire you. There's a way that you could spend years doing things that are not inherently bad in and of themselves, but you're not really giving yourself a chance to achieve that goal. And I think it's kind of the same in terms of becoming an influencer or a streamer at that. I don't think anybody has any business telling someone you can't do that. You're not someone who can, you're not one of those influencer people. But on the other hand, I do also think there's a lot of people who maybe wind up very easily disappointed, and not necessarily for reasons that have anything to do with a lack of talent or whatever, but just simply have not set themselves up to even remotely. So if you give yourself a 3-month runway, and it's I have 3 months to pay my rent with streaming, or I quit, you probably shouldn't start. I don't really know of a lot of cases where someone can fully establish themselves after 3 months. Okay, I lied about resolving things for the next stream. I really do want to see what the devil's going on in this system and why these ships aren't combining. There we go. Okay, what's happening with the crashing wave and the raging sea? And the hurricane? What the hell is going on here? 60, 60, 60, 60. Okay. You all need to go upgrade. The crashing wave is in Wentwork. The raging sea is in Wentwork. Combine. Tsunami is in the Tazri system, moving to Wentwork. I think I wound up with just like a spare set of... I think I wound up with like a spare set of Corvettes or something that I don't really know what to do with. Anyways, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So if I recall correctly, this is like 6 fleets that are stronger than the strongest observed fleet of this. I mean, they're reasonably big. I'm pretty sure they're sitting on something nasty that I just haven't seen yet. But what we can do, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think we come pouring through. So we don't need to worry about the Wyatter wormhole because we can just cross over from Oreb and seize that. The Chichimichi... Sorry. Why the hell did I say Chichimichi? The Chiminal or possibly Kaimanal system. We do need to take that one just because, while there are a couple of star bases in the area, like if I was in this position, go crashing through Taurus, through Armus, straight to the capital. So that's a pretty high priority, but it's also at their frontier, so it's probably unlikely. They'll build it up now that they have a border with me, but I think it's pretty unlikely that they're going to. It's pretty unlikely that they're going to have something to come crashing through that right away. Rastaban. So Rastaban is the one we're least worried about because the Durth system now has 11.5k. So this is stronger than any of my fleets in terms of defenses. In a perfect world, I would be building defenses in each wormhole, but again, we got to worry about our current. Like our base cap relative to our energy credits. Although we are starting to make a bit more. Is there really only 3 wormholes I got to worry about? 1, 2, 3. Oh, the Escon system. No. If the Kettling Star Pack is the thing that winds up bringing down fear, I'm okay with that. 0.1% will actually have the circumstances, talents, and means to make it. On the flip side, some kinds of fields like pro sport, working with confidence that you'll make it is a minimum requirement to make it. Yeah, and this is one of the most important, like for me, the biggest reason why I would never want to discourage someone from saying like, I want to become an influencer, or I want to become a rock star or an actor or something like that. Like, first of all, I've worked with actors. I met actors. They're all normal people. I mean, there's a couple of jackasses who think that they're something special, but they're not actually the actor. They're the ones who, if I were to tell you, you'd kind of laugh and I'm like, oh God, you worked on a movie for that guy? You must have sucked. It's like, was it shot properly? Well, then I did my job. So like, this is the thing. Like, they're perfectly normal people do all of these things that people aspire to, and I don't really think anybody has, like, there is something to be said about music and movies definitely having, like, there's definitely a lot of people who come from families that are doing that, right? Like, there's, I'm a little surprised at how often people are surprised by this. So, like, a good example, the guy who plays Harry Seldon in Apple's new Foundation series, or He also played Lane Price in Mad Men. And he played Sergei Legasov in the HBO show Chernobyl. Jared Harris. Well, he's Richard Harris's son, right? The guy who played Marcus Aurelius in Gladiator. Obviously that is probably going to help. It doesn't, like, if you're just an idiot who is not putting in the effort, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to have a successful acting career. But obviously the ability to get in there, if you're the son of Richard Harris, or they played Dumbledore in a few Harry Potter movies as well. Obviously that's going to be an opening that not everyone can necessarily count on, right? That gets your resume sort of to the top of a list somewhere. It's just, honestly, it's one of these things where it's probably better that we just, be honest about that stuff. And I think sometimes there is a tendency for people to try and make too much of that fact. And that perhaps, all talent is sort of ignored or undervalued because of those family connections. Like, the thing is that I feel that those kinds of jobs are competitive enough that you might be able to get some roles, but you're not necessarily going to have like a long and lasting career off of being like so-and-so's son. So like Jack Lemmon's son, I don't even remember, I think it might have been Chris Lemon. Like, he has been an actor, and you probably haven't ever seen him in something. There's countless sports stars, right, who try to do a transition into acting, and you just don't hear about them. So yeah, it's one of these things, right? Like, somebody's got to do the job, and it is always true that talent is going to be in short supply. But on the other hand, like, the second half to that, for me, is definitely the, you don't want someone with talent, particularly someone with talent, because chances are they also have talents in other fields that could very much benefit from their contributions. You don't want to set someone up in a situation where they're just taking on a completely unrealistic goal or task, and then just crashing against, the waves of inevitability. Like, nobody benefits from that. It's like the person who wants to become a novelist but doesn't write every day. It's like, well, how long can you wait spending for inspiration, right? Like, at some point you gotta deliver something. I think I'm gonna just let the month roll over. There we go. A cycle disturbed. Soil excavations on Site 4 have finally revealed the fate of the missing population. They were all in their gestation pod state in the ground, growing and getting ready to emerge, when some natural phenomenon, most likely a meteor impact that upset weather and seasons for a few decades, disrupted the planet's ecosystem. As they hatched, they found a world devoid of sustenance. What could have been shared celebratory rebirth quickly turned into a slow collective starvation, and ultimately the species' extinction. Linux Freebird. Oh man, I'm getting ready to wrap up, and all the new people are coming in. Linux Freebird says, having given up on working hard towards being good at any specific craft because there are too many people working in a particular field, and he would have to compete against people who work 80 plus hours a week. Oh, that's a shame. Like, I mean, to a certain extent too, I suppose it depends in terms of what gives you the energy. To me, like, it's very clear that I will work on data stuff even if there's nobody to hire me for it. In fact, most of the data stuff that I've been doing that I'm actually most proud of has been completely pro bono, because that's just, I'm gonna do data stuff, and if what work is giving me is uninteresting, I do it. And that's just because I enjoy working on that stuff, and I think of it in those terms, and I am unhappier not working on data stuff than working on it. But of course, if you're only happy making money doing something, then obviously that entails getting a job doing it, and then that's, then you really do run into that situation where you've got somebody who's like, you're competing with somebody who works 80 hours a day and such. But yeah, I don't know. It's, you know, and it's like, I mean, gaming comes up a lot here too. I am going to go to the main menu because I really need to wrap up. I think I'm getting close to like 2 hours over, and clearly not all of it has been Stellaris gameplay. Plus, I got to find somebody to host tonight. But yeah, like, you know, I don't, like, here's the thing. I don't think, oh, thank you very much for the follow. I don't think even somebody just saying, like, I want to do it for the money. This seems to be a great way to make a lot of money. And I'm like, you know what? Listen, people want comfort. Comfort is a very good reason to want to do something. You know, if you turn around and say, I want to, you know, I want to get into game development so I can make millions. That may be not so helpful. You know, some people really do make that. Not necessarily everyone does, though. But yeah, it's you know, in the end, one, I feel you got to give yourself the chance, and then the second, I sort of feel like you, if it's something that you can't do in and of itself, if something that you can't like really do to make yourself feel that enjoyment, then yeah, I mean, there is a certain point where you should just say, it's like, what am I doing this for? And I think quitting is a really good option too, because it frees up your time to do something that does give you passion. But enough of that. If I knew what the hell I was doing, I would be a lot happier. I'm going to raid Night Valian tonight just because I don't know any of the other streamers. I will admit I was actually really curious about Krovikan666 because there's a Canada tag, and I'm always very happy to see more Canadians streaming and making games. But Night Valian did stop by earlier. And more importantly, he's got a couple people watching him right now. So if you are looking for more Stellaris, you can click on the game below and check out some other streams. I would encourage you to check out Night Valian because he streams late. He is a soft-voiced Brazilian, and I know a lot of you like listening to me talk, so I think he's a decent follow-up. And as far as me, I'm going to be back next week with Stellaris. For those of you who like my usual stuff, tomorrow there is another vodcast of The Elder Scrolls Oblivion. So if you like Mikai's voice, that's the one where I do that. Wednesday, we will be back with, I think, Industries of Titans getting a new update. So I'll probably do that on Wednesday. And then Friday, we might be able to wrap up Wolfenstein 2. And if I do, that's particularly exciting because that means that I get to catch up on some games that I missed before. But as always, thank you very much for stopping by. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the host. Thank you for the conversation. Please treat Night Valian well. And I will see you all, well, either later this week or next week. Until then.